evening. If I can have your attention, we'll call the school board meeting to order at this time. I want to welcome everybody here this evening. Hope everyone had a great spring break, and we're really glad to see everyone here tonight. We are going to get started. I ask if you'd please silence any electronic devices that you may have with you to avoid any disruptions during our meeting. We'll be led in our invocation this evening by Mr. Wheeler. Our Pledge of Allegiance and presentation of the colors will be by the acclaimed cadets. Our national anthem will be Liam Munn, senior at Celebration High School. Our mission statement will be read by Jeanette Eddy, principal at TICO, and then translation service will be provided by Dahlia Medina. I'd ask you to please stand at this time for our invocation, our pledge, presentation of our colors, and our national anthem.
Mr. Wheeler, please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to come together in a great democracy to do good things for our students, good things for our community. Please give us the wisdom to make the right decisions and to always keep our children first. And please, everybody out there, and dear Lord, please look over our troops who are fighting in far-off places to keep us safe and to protect the values that we hold so dear. So in your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, sir. Ashley, please remain standing for the presentation of our colors.
Battalion Commander, present the colors.
Left, right, left, 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 left. Ready, halt. Left, peace. Present, colors.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Liam, I welcome you at this time as well.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Order, colors. Right, peace. Forward, march. Left, your left, right, left, your left, right, your left, left, left.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Great job, Liam. We appreciate you bringing your talent here tonight for us. Jeanette, I'll come to you now for the reading of our mission statement.
The mission statement is the education which inspires all to their highest potential.
Thank you. And Dahlia?
My name is Dahlia Medina. I'm here to provide translation services. Mi nombre es Dahlia Medina. Estoy aquí para proveer servicio de traducción. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we're at a point where we share some positive comments from board members, Mr. Wheeler, I'll start with you on my left and work around.
I've got quite a few. I want to recognize our winter Osceola academic champions. In boys soccer, Osceola High School, they had a 3.256 unweighted GPA. Girls soccer, Celebration High School, 3.477 unweighted GPA. New Dimensions High School boys basketball, 3.090 unweighted GPA. Girls basketball, Harmony High School, 3.399 unweighted GPA. And, oh, sorry. It's okay, it's okay. And I also want to recognize the Osceola Foundation for Education, which did a great job with the Teacher of the Year and Employee of the Year recognition event. And I want to recognize the two winners, Jennifer Newman from Celebration K-8, who's been there since the school opened, and I've known Jennifer for going on 15 years now. And she's very, I know there's a lot of deserving employees, but she loves her kids, she loves her job. And then Kelly Cotton from Celebration High School. I just want to point out, I go every year to this event, and there's always, and my kids went to Celebration K and go to Celebration High School, and every year I know the teachers from both schools, and somebody gets nominated, and I wait, they don't win. This year I got two, which is great. Celebration High School, I want to share about Kelly Cotton, though. Kelly Cotton teaches history, and she gave a presentation last year to the board on bring your own device. And it was, I've sat through presentations for going on 13 years now being on this board. And I've seen a lot of experts, experts, a lot of people with all kinds of things. Kelly Cotton had the most engaging presentations, the most engaging teacher I've seen with students where kids walk in, she gives them a login for their phones, so they're all using their devices. They log in, then she starts asking, there's questions on the board, they log in their answers on the question, it populates the board. She engages these kids with technology that they love, and she gets great results. So I just want to recognize first the foundation for their great job, and finally, I get two winners in 1 year, Jennifer Newman at the Celebration K and Kelly Cotton at Celebration High School, and it was a great night, and I just want to recognize everybody for that.
Great. Thank you, sir. Mr. Soto?
I agree, Mr. Wheeler. But I gotta confess something that, walking in this afternoon to this board meeting and being in the presence of so many teachers, I have to say, it does affect me. It brings me back to that time when I was a child. And I'll share with you, I grew up in a challenging environment, challenging times, challenging circumstances, but every time I crossed those double doors going into that school, and being there with some very caring teachers, it does bring me to a very happy place. And also seeing some of the educators here that I know personally, that I know work so hard, so definitely. So if I seemed a little happier than normal, it is because of that. Folks, I want to say something. I believe this in the words of the great Confucius: education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, and hope breeds peace. And for us to understand exactly what that means is to understand the roles that our educators have in our lives, in everything that we do and how our society functions. And I value that. I value it every day. I have opportunities to come and speak with teachers, and they know that I understand what they do and that I know how important it is. That by me saying that I know is also the people that I represent in this county, all of our 250,000 or so residents, we care for what you do. We value it. We wish that all of society saw it the same way, that our representatives and our elected officials knew exactly what is it that we need to cultivate, what we need to promote in terms of recognizing our teachers and giving them everything that they need to be successful in educating our students. And to that end, I would say that thank you all on behalf of the Osceola County and myself.
Thank you. Well said, Mr. Soto. Mr. Thacker?
Must be the topic of the day. That was my positive comments were all related to the Teacher of the Year, the Employees of the Year night 2-3 weeks ago now. Those of you that may have been there, it's pretty incredible. In the top 10, they have a video of what they do in their jobs and what they do in the classrooms, and we see what's going on with educators and what's going on in the schools. It's pretty amazing, and you see the representation of all 3,500 teachers and all 7,000 employees in the school district. So it's kind of awe-inspiring to sit through that and see what they are doing and see what's going on. Congratulations to Kelly Cotton and Jennifer Newman also for winning those two. And that's all.
You're good. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to the elected officials. Right after our last board meeting, we had our drive up to Tallahassee. I wanted to thank the folks from the school board here, then the county commission that went up to Tallahassee on Osceola County's behalf. Want to thank Dr. Akes for joining me in the cattle drive to kick off the National Circuit Finals. We had a great time. I think we represented the Osceola School District very well. Wanted to congratulate St. Cloud High School's Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America group. Let me see, 6 gold awards and 3 silver awards at the state competition. So congratulations to you guys, and it's great to see that we have some young leaders in our high schools. The Education Awards. Wanted to say a special thank you to Kathy Carr and her team over at the Education Foundation. They did an excellent job putting together that night. The community support was great as well, and it's great to see all the folks come out and celebrate our teachers for the professionals that they are. And last but not least, just because I have a special relationship with a media specialist or former media specialist, I wanted to thank Dr. Pace for honoring those folks. And I know we're going to do that in a minute, so I won't say much more, but I think it's outstanding that we're honoring our media specialists tonight. With that, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Superintendent?
Just a couple of things. One of them is we have a great partnership with Valencia College, and they have actually partnered with Central Avenue Elementary School and have conducted some dances with them. They have students and volunteers that have become mentors and have actually taken some of those children to their schools to give them that encouragement that college is something that they can actually achieve. So I wanted to say thank you to Kathleen Plinsky. And today, I was very fortunate. There were a few of us that went to Osceola High School to receive a check for $60,000 for the Hospitality and Culinary Arts program at OHS. And they will be coming sometime soon to present a large check to us. But we took the small check, and we're going to deposit that one. Yes, that's the best check, actually. It is from the Dr. Phillips Foundation. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maxwell?
All right, how's everyone doing today? Good. All right, awesome. My name is Maxwell Frost. I'm here to give an update on the district-wide student government. We all know that's why the news is out here today, so I'm messing around. All right, so this Friday, April 10th, we are doing a district-wide student government with all 7 of the high schools that are involved with us, coming to the meetings bi-weekly on Wednesdays. And we're going to be focusing on doing leadership activities and really coming together as a school district and as all separate student governments to really have a good time and learn how to use different ideas from different schools to better our own schools. Aside from that, this has nothing to do with district-wide student government. This is a plug for an event that's on April 27th. It's at 6 o'clock. Doors open at 6. Free tickets at the House of Blues Orlando. Every year, the Bringing Down the House Foundation does a competition where bands apply. And we have 2 bands out of the 4,000 in the nation that got chosen from Osceola County. And this is a band called The Charter from the Osceola County School for the Arts, and a duo group called Imani Nacional from the Osceola County School for the Arts. So they'll be performing on the House of Blues stage, which tons of famous people have performed on. It's a great opportunity. So we'd love to see the community out there. That's April 27th at 6 o'clock. If we can give a hand to Ms. Debbie Famey for setting this up with the school. She helped out a lot in getting it closing. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Great. Great job, Maxwell, as usual. I will spare everybody any repeat that's already taken place. The rest of the board, I think, has already articulated any points that I would have made very well about all the appreciation we have for those that work in the district, about the events that have taken place, about the acknowledgement and recognition of those of the Teacher of the Year awards, as well as the many things that take place day in and day out in the district. And so with that, we will move on with our agenda. Board, we're at the time for presentations. First one, Mr. Pace, you are up for Media Specialist of the Year award.
I'm actually excited to be here for 3 things tonight. So it is National School Library Month, and we'll be bringing a proclamation for that in just a few minutes. But first of all, we want to honor our Media Specialist of the Year. And this is kind of a unique award. I'd like to recognize Karen Pruitt, I think is back there as our photographer tonight, and Rosemary Littman, who did the heavy lifting to get this award underway last year. One of the interesting things about this award is if you win it, you have to agree to be the chairman for the next year. So it's kind of self-perpetuating. And so we're really honored to have Michelle Jarrett, who is our secondary media specialist of the year for the current year. Linda Borick, who is our elementary one, I have not seen arrive yet. Unable to go. Okay, and Michelle will do the presentation for this year's winners, but just so you know, Michelle is the president of the Florida Association for Media and Education, which is the state organization for school library media specialists. Michelle?
Thank you. I was really kind of bummed you stole my line about the media because I knew that they were here to help us celebrate school libraries. Of course they are. So yes, my name is Michelle Jarrett, and I am the media specialist at Horizon Middle School, as well as the president of the Florida Association for Media and Education. I traveled extensively throughout the state this past year representing school libraries and librarians as my role as FAME president. And Osceola County has one of the best reputations in Florida when it comes to supporting school libraries. The trend throughout the state for many years was to cut positions and save money, but eliminating school libraries was never an option in Osceola County, and for that we thank you. Our school leaders, administrators, and our school board recognize the importance of quality school library programs in every school. In fact, we are one of the few counties in the state of Florida who has a certified media specialist in every building. Media specialists in Osceola County are technology leaders and integrationists, curriculum specialists, testing coordinators, and literacy lovers who sit on leadership, curriculum, and literacy teams at every school. They represent Osceola County on state committees, have been certified trainers for the State Department of Education, and lobby in both Tallahassee and Washington on behalf of school libraries. Thanks to the quality school librarians in our county and our successful library programs, Osceola County is a leader in Florida, known throughout the state as innovators in the field. We are here this evening to celebrate those innovators with the 2015 Osceola County School Media Specialist of the Year Award. I'd like to thank the selection committee, many of you who are here in the room, for supporting us so much. And I'd like you to join me in recognizing Jennifer Glasheen, Elementary Media Specialist of the Year from Eastlake Elementary. And Kathleen Gordon, Secondary Media Specialist of the Year from New Beginnings Educational Center. Let me give you a little background in what these librarians do every day. Jen Glasheen works daily to ensure that the Media Center's collection at Eastlake Elementary is tailored to the needs and interests of the students and teachers. From organizing book fairs and STEM and literacy nights to coaching her school's Battle of the Books team, Ms. Glasheen is dedicated to keeping a light shining on literacy. She began her career, y'all are going to love this part. She began her career in Osceola County as a substitute teacher 2 years after graduating from Harmony High School. Shortly after she finished her degree in elementary ed from the University of Central Florida, she was hired in February 2010 at Parton Settlement Elementary with a focus on struggling readers. Then she moved to help open Eastlake, where she taught gifted and high-achieving kindergarten class for 3 years before taking over the Media Center. She is a member of the Osceola County School Librarians Association, the Florida Association for Media and Education, Eastlake School Advisory Council, and on numerous teams, including the school's leadership team, technology team, essentials team, testing team. We're all on that one. And she also co-chairs the Literacy Council. She's looking forward to graduating this summer with a master's degree in library information science from the University of South Florida. And let me tell you about Miss Kat Gordon. She is here from New Beginnings Educational Center. Kat Gordon began her career as a librarian and counselor in Orange County, where she served for over 25 years. She earned Teacher of the Year honors at several schools during her time and then decided to retire in 1990. 6 years later, she returned to teaching, joining the Osceola County School District. She was named 2007 Teacher of the Year at New Beginnings Educational Center. She has also received numerous awards, including the Distinguished Dove Award as Osceola County's Vocational Teacher of the Year, the Denjon Middle School Minority Educator of the Year, the Ida S. Baker Minority Education of the Year Award, and won Disney's Teacherific Top Program Award. I'm telling you, the librarians in this county are amazing. Additionally, for those of you that don't know this, Miss Gordon serves as a school board member in District 5 for Orange County.
That was not in the packet.
Listen, I'm here to tell you 1,000 times. Miss Gordon retired before I graduated from high school. But I just want to tell all of you, the things that are happening in the school libraries in this county are amazing. And if you ever have the chance, step in and see, because they are innovators every single day. They work with every single student, and they make a difference in the lives of kids every single day that they can. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Hold. Miss Nina and Miss Norma.
She wants you to come up to get a picture.
Yes. Oh, yes. You got it. In my life.
There we go.
You're a star. Come on, Miss Nina. You have to put up with me for 10 years. Yeah, come on. No, stay there. Yeah. Congratulations. Come on. Jen, stay back in? Yes. Right here.
Cat's in charge, so there you go.
Now you're in the picture.
This is just for the portfolio. That's what I'm working on, my margin portfolio. Thank you. We thank the judges. Great judges. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The chairman and superintendent is
next,
We are Velma. Catch her. We got kids this time. This is even better. Yeah, we're working it here. Okay. Okay. Next, we have. First of all, I would like to recognize Evelise Garcia, the principal of Parkway Middle School, who made her facility available to us this year for our annual Battle of the Books. And it made it so nice because we could do all the battles at the same time. We had plenty of space. We did it on a teacher work day, so we didn't have to have conflicting bus schedules, and it really went extraordinarily smoothly, and we appreciate that cooperation a lot. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ashley Cornett and Maggie Josephson, our co-chairs for the Battle of the Books. These two ladies, you can't count the hours these people put in.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Josephson. This is my colleague Ashley Cornett. And as Dr. Pace said, we are the co-chairs for the Battle of the Books. On behalf of Battle of the Books Committee and the Osceola County School Librarians Association, I'd like to thank you for your support of the Osceola County Battle of the Books. This annual event is a fun academic competition for Osceola students. It inspires them to read books, often books that they may not have chosen themselves. As a preparation for this contest, students analyze books for connections between characters, plot, setting, and other important literary devices, as well as learning how to refer to the text for answers and defend their choices based on the information provided by the books. They have the opportunity to challenge wrong answers, and they use that opportunity liberally. Teams of 5 students from elementary, middle, and high school each read 15 books specified by their level, and they answer questions about those books. The elementary and middle school teams read books from the Sunshine State Young Readers Award Program, and the high school's teams read books from the Florida Teens Read Award Program. All 3 lists are selected by statewide committees of media specialists from the Florida Association of Media and Education, and we also work in conjunction with the Florida Department of Education. In the past, I've been on the committee to select the Florida Teens Read List books, and currently Ashley is serving on the committee to select the Florida Sunshine State Young Readers books. This year, the event took place on March 30th at Parkway Middle School. 45 teams participated, so 225 students in all took place. They all competed for our championship. Now we would like to recognize the top 3 teams from each level of the competition, along with their coaches and their media specialists for their achievement. My name is Ashley, like she said, and I'm from Parkway Middle School, so we got to host it, and it was really a great event. I'd like to recognize the elementary winners, Reedy Creek Elementary, coached by Misty Haynes, their media specialist. Letting some parents take some photos. Our second place team is I can't tell if they're for Reedy Creek or for the second place team, which is Mill Creek Elementary, coached by Jennifer Cressimo, their media specialist, and Shana Young, one of their teachers. In the elementary battle, we had a tiebreaker round in the final battle, so these kids really competed hard to get it. And then our third place team is Parton Settlement, coached by Marcy Shindock, their media specialist, and Sherry Benaj. And these are our elementary Battle of the Books champions. Okay, we're just going to middle school. All right, our middle school first place team was Narcoossee, coached by Brian Joseph, their media specialist. A big group photo. Yeah. Nice. All right, Celebration K-8 did come in second place. They were not able to make it. Their coach was Sarah Beth Vernon, and their media specialist was Lisa Armington. And then our third place middle school winner is Neptune Middle, coached by Desiree Center, their middle media specialist, and Diane Triplett, their reading coach. And then our high school winners, Harmony High School, coached by Sasha Edwards, and their media specialist is Maggie Joseph. Our second place team for high school was Tico Pass, coached by Karen Pruitt and Rebecca Ayres. And while they get in place, Gateway High School came in third place. They were coached by April Jessup and Diana Jacobson, and their media specialist is Doris Cobb. And I didn't see anyone from Gateway High School.
And just so you know, for the high school final, we had a tiebreaker to get into the final round, and then we had 20 questions built up for a tiebreaker in case we needed it in the final round. I think we went 18 deep before we finally were able to settle everything. Yeah, it was really, really awesome.
So I'd like to, again, give them some applause for reading 15 books that they might
Let's see if we can do this. We're going to try all the taller people in the back, and then we're gonna get the shorter people in the front, all right? Let's try to get in here, come on. All the elementary teachers, can you help us out here? You know how this works. We're gonna take a picture, we're gonna take a picture. There you go. And we may need to have some kneel down. All right, can we get some to me? There you go. Right there. There you go. There you go. There, that's good. There you go. Okay, try. Can you get closer to each other? Really close. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Really close. You guys, closer. How's that? Any better?
Good job. My face is hurting. Lights are hurting. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do I need to do a countdown on picture time? That's the longest photo op we've ever had here, I think. Okay. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Turn mine upside down. It's because of you I'm here to do this.
Okay, and our last thing from the School Library Media Group is April is National School Library Media Month. And for the purposes of presenting a proclamation to the board, I'd like to introduce Heather Veralt, the media specialist from St. Cloud Middle School and the current president of the Osceola County School Librarians Association, if she can get through the crowd.
Hard to see.
Right, the proclamation for the School Library Media Month. Whereas school library programs are an important asset in the education of youth of the district, and whereas school library media programs significantly contribute to the students' achievement by providing instructional support, resources, and services, and whereas school library centers provide access to information in a variety of formats within the school, as well as to digital resources outside the school. And whereas learning to become effective users of information and ideas is essential as the Florida's youth prepare for a future filled with challenges and change. And whereas promoting competencies in using new and emerging technologies is an integral part of school library media programs. And whereas school library media programs promote literacy and the enjoyment of reading. And whereas library media specialists are instructional partners and consultants in the teaching and learning process. Now, therefore, the School Board of Osceola County, Florida hereby proclaims the month of April 2015 as School Library Media Month.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you, Board. We have a motion by Mr. Booth with a second by Mr. Wheel on the adoption of the proclamation. Is there any discussion, Board? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations and thank you again for all that takes place.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is Donna here? Yes. Okay, I didn't see you back there. Donna, come on up. Next is presentation regarding Project Open. Donna Sines from Community Vision will be joining us.
Hi, Donna. I didn't see you there.
I didn't either.
I wasn't informed. It's good to see you. Welcome.
3 years ago, I was approached by a group of ladies who had an idea. Their idea was to train homeless and transitionally housed individuals. They hoped the training would lead to a career. The idea was simple, but making it happen was much harder. Tico has been fortunate to be a part of this team that made this happen. Our role has been to provide the training. This is only a small piece of the whole picture. One of the key people behind making this happen is Donna Sines. Donna is the Director of Community Vision, and Donna is here tonight to tell you about Project Open.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I'm thrilled to share this program with you. It actually went from hypothetical to reality and proved to be a blessing for some very worthy individuals. It all started with a conversation with Wells Fargo Community Relations Director Joyce Ondongo, where I shared with her a desire to offer a career path to a very special cohort comprised of homeless and precariously housed women, moms, and veterans. I believe that they were all in the same boat with a myriad of unfortunate circumstances placing them there. I hoped that they would support each other using education as a pathway out of poverty. This conversation led to a significant investment in a never-tried experiment. But truly, if this experiment was to be attempted, Osceola was the best place to see it succeed. Kathleen Plinsky, chair of Project Open, which stands for Osceola Poverty Elimination Network, joined forces with Jeanette Eddy and together with Beverly Hoagland determined that certifying CNAs would have the desired result. It was a huge shortage in our community and much needed, and this community embraced the idea with many agencies and individuals, many of my Leadership Osceola County alum, pitching in to give the now 3 classes the tools they needed to move successfully out of poverty towards a better life for themselves and their children. Our Health Leadership Council even guaranteed employment to the first class, with partnering agencies providing client referrals. Wells Fargo provided the tuition dollars, but there were additional unanticipated costs. I have provided you with a story of who stepped forward. No, and it's part of your materials that Emily is supposed to be giving out at the moment. In these materials, you see the many people and many partners who stepped forward. Knowing that transportation was an issue for many potential participants, we gathered the classes at the Council on Aging for free physicals, drug tests, uniform fittings, etc. A reluctant special projects director, Emily Moreland, was assigned the first class, but at the end of the day, Emily was just one of the magic makers, along with Pam Rogers, instructor, and Rob Knoll, assistant principal, who served as change agents. Their dedication and commitment changed the lives of 40 participants, including homeless vets, transforming individuals down on their luck with few options into confident graduates, possessing hope where once anxiety and apprehension existed. I can't say enough good things about my staff member, Emily. She is mom, confidant, and purveyor of tough love to class members. What was once an iffy assignment is now her passion, and the team result speaks for themselves. A 93% graduation rate, with grades mostly A's and B's. Along with employment options and a sense of optimism for a future once out of reach. Community Vision hosts a family graduation where certification is celebrated. This represents the first graduation for some who earned a GED, foregoing a walk across a high school stage. But the other reason we want to be proud of their accomplishment is in front of their parents, who have seen them make some pretty bad decisions in the past. Most of all, the family graduation can be impactful on the close to 100 children. These kids experienced one's life with mom and dad who did not have the benefit of career education, and they see the difference the future holds for their family now. Today, this program has many supporters, along with Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Duke Energy, CareerSource, Give Kids Safe Shelter, and the City of Kissimmee. We even had an anonymous benefactor who underwrote the tuition for an entire class. We are very grateful to the employers out there. Nemours hired a graduate with 8 children and is committed to putting Zoe through nursing school, and there are many similar stories. We have paid cab fares to individuals living in hotels to get them to class because buses didn't run that early, and whatever it takes, the team is there, and the team includes employers. I call each of these wonderful people that graduate my starfish. Now I'd like to share with you living proof that if you open a door of opportunity wide enough, those deserving will walk through. Please see the video of the first graduation of Project Open.
It's my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests, friends, family, partners, and of course our graduates of our inaugural Project Open CNA graduation ceremony.
This is the first time, this is the first program I can remember that Community Vision has actually taken the lead on. And I am so proud of Donna Sines for coming up with this idea because I think we are going to change lives. We are going to change lives.
Whenever you find yourself doubting how far you can go, just remember how far you have come. Remember everything you have faced, all the battles you have won, and all the fears you have overcome. Congratulations, graduates.
Have more options, more opportunities. They always say the more education you have, the further you can go. So every day I'm learning something new. And I'm on my way to where I want to be.
I want to go into the RN program too and just keep going, you know. There's no point of stopping. Now that I have to drive, why not?
For me, it gave me confidence, you know. It took me from where I was to a level now. I can smile again. I am employable now, so that's a great thing.
Well, on behalf of the class, we've all went through many challenges, and without this Project Open and Emily supporting us, I would not be here right now.
We're all at that point where all the doors seem to be closed, and then we find that one open door from the bottom of our anatomically correct hearts. I want to say thank you to the community and to everyone involved.
That, you know, encourage veterans to want to help them coming back from you know, war zones and employ veterans, because we're the future of America, and we've already put our life on the line, and we need to be employed just as much as everybody else here in the United States.
I have hope, I have faith in myself, I have confidence in what I can do, and I have a passion. It's a fire inside of me that I just can't stop until I get to where I want to be because of this program.
is Emily Moreland, and I am the Project Open Director. Donna kind of dumped this in my lap and said, "You'll do fine, you'll do fine. You've got 2 weeks, pull it together." This program is one of the best things I think that's ever happened to Osceola County. You as teachers and parents know how many homeless we have in our county. We are changing lives, and not just the lives of the women and the men that are going through the program, but of their children. They're helping mama and daddy study at night and study for their tests, and they want to see their papers when they come home. So that really is just carrying it on. I've been so blessed. This first class will always be special because it was our first class. The young man that you saw speaking, that was one of our U.S. veterans, died 3 months after he graduated. So I get extremely emotional every time. He was a big part of our program. Without TICO and the health leadership, all of our donors, and Pamela Rogers, our instructor, and Robert Knoll, the assistant principal, we have become the 3 musketeers. I'm always the bad guy, and they're the good guys when we have to talk to, have those come to Emily meetings, I call it. I always tell them I'm your biggest cheerleader, but I will be your worst nightmare if you mess up. I'm so proud. I have 2 women from our graduating class that just graduated in January, and this second class not only graduated with their CNA and their HHA, but they also, we had some of them graduate with their phlebotomy certification, which is a national certification. And so I would like to introduce these 2 women who are very special to me in a lot of ways. I graduated from OHS back in, when I was recruiting for the second class, I got this phone call, and this woman said, "You know, my name is Marilyn Holmes, and I'm interested in your program." I said, "Marilyn Holmes? I graduated with a Marilyn Holmes." And sure enough, it was Marilyn Holmes. And so she's going to come up and speak to you and tell you how Project Open has changed her life.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Holmes, and the funny part about it, I'm a native Kissimmee, graduated from Osceola High in 1972. Max Waters was my principal. I'm 60, so I learned that you're never too old to get wisdom if you have the heart to love people and care for God's children on the earth. So Community Vision blessed me as a storm I was coming through, and I passed the test. It was exciting. We had a great school that we attended in Osceola County, TICO. Ms. Rogers is a great teacher of wisdom, and Mr. Knowles was great, and I'm grateful to Community Vision. I want to leave a legacy in Osceola County, and I'm just grateful for what Community Vision did for me.
Now, this next wonderful woman I'm going to introduce, Nancy Brignone, is one that graduated also with her phlebotomy. I have threatened her within an inch of her life. Nancy cries in good times and bad times. So everybody smile real big so we don't have Nancy crying tonight. Nancy.
Hi, my name is Nancy Brignone, and I'm not going to cry. Yeah, I was very fortunate to be one of the girls that did complete all 3 certifications. I also took the state and the national certification, so I am really proud of myself, thinking that I wasn't going to be able to make it, but Emily was my mom, and she was also my sergeant. She was on top of us and letting us know that we were able to make it, being that I found myself at some time that I was too old to go back to school. But with all the support that I got from Ms. Rogers, Donna, Emily especially that was there, I said I had to do this, not only for them, but also to show my children that it's never too late. It's never too late, and you can do what you want to do when you put all your effort. As a matter of fact, I'm going to try to make this short, but it's funny how she was mentioning that we show our children and the children gets happy. I think it was Donna, you just mentioned that the children gets happy with us. I used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to study because Ms. Rogers was tough when it came on tests. And my kids would still be sleeping, but if they got up and I was still studying, they're like, Mom, you're gonna be okay. You got this, Mom. You're gonna pass the test. They was my supporters at home. That every time I would go, I said, hey, I got a 90, I got an 80, whatever it was, I got it. They were like, good job, Mom. And they would just give me their 5s. And because of that, I says, no, God, I gotta make it. On top of that, I am in a transitional housing. And it's giving me an opportunity now to move forward. I am working as a state certified CNA, and it so happened that it was a part-time job, but I didn't give up. I kept going forward, and as of this Friday, I am hired to work with the health department as a full-time employee. There is an opportunity to really acknowledge Community Vision and the CNA program. Both Meredith and I are truly living proof that this program does work. Okay? Thank you.
The health department is one of our biggest supporters, and they have created positions, as promised, for our CNAs. We have 2 that are starting on Friday, and we have 2 more that are going through their last HR things to be starting, we hope, in the next week. So we're just real pleased with our success rate. And we're going to expand the program as well into HVAC, electrical, and culinary arts at TICA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for your work on this. And ladies, I want you to know that we are absolutely inspired by your commitment, your hard work. We congratulate you for what you're doing. And I'd ask everybody here to please stand in a sign of solidarity of our support behind you and all that you've achieved and what you mean to this community. Thank you. Next up, we have an adoption of a proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month. Joy, I'd like to recognize you at this time, and I thank you for joining us again this evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here again this April to recognize Child Abuse Prevention Month during the month of April. So this proclamation for April 2015 is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas child residents of Osceola County deserve to live in a safe and nurturing environment free from abuse and neglect. And whereas Osceola County children were the subjects of 3,125 reports of suspected caretaker abuse in 2014. And whereas effects of child abuse can impact learning and physical and emotional health. And whereas child abuse and neglect prevention services are effective at preventing abuse from occurring. And whereas during the month of April, the Osceola Safe Families Task Force invites all residents, public and private agencies, and child advocates to join in raising public awareness on the issue of child abuse and focusing on prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that School District of Osceola County does hereby recognize the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month and urges all residents to lend their support to the prevention of child abuse and neglect this month and all year long.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Board, I do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Thacker. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry. Thank you once again for bringing this to us, for the work that you do day in and day out, and congratulations on the adoption of the proclamation.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
All right, Board, that does conclude our presentations for this evening. Superintendent, I'll come to you now for appointments and transfers.
Yes, sir. We do have one administrative appointment, and that's for the principal at Thacker Avenue Elementary School for International Studies. Yara, if you would please stand up. Yara Tavares de la Fuentes has been a teacher and assistant principal in New York City. She has been a resource specialist in curriculum and multicultural department here in Osceola County, has been assistant principal at Thacker Avenue Elementary for International Studies, and director of the multicultural and multilingual student education services in Orange County. She received her bachelor's degree in elementary education and a master's degree in bilingual education with the City College of New York. She received her master's degree in educational leadership from Bank Street College, Principals Institute in New York. And Board, well, I'm asking for an affirmation in appointing Yara to principal at Thacker Avenue Elementary School for International Studies.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Board. We do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto. Is there any discussion?
Welcome back.
All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Congratulations to you. We see you have some people with you as well celebrating, so if you'll share with us who they are, that'd be appreciated.
I have my wonderful husband, Dario de la Fuentes, here with me today, and my amazing daughter, Amber.
Great, thank you, and congratulations.
And
to all.
cheerleader. So Mrs. Luciano, when is she going to start?
In 2 weeks.
That's great. Superintendent, that concludes that portion. Okay, Board, this does bring us down to open for public comment. I want to come to Liam first. I appreciate you waiting patiently, as I know you have somewhere else that you need to be, but we're glad to hear from you this evening, and thank you for gracing us with your talents earlier as well.
And Liam, say hi to your mom for me.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much for letting me be here today. It really was a pleasure and an honor, and to hear such beautiful, beautiful stories that are amazing. Like we were talking about, several things that are happening in Osceola County. Through children nowadays are going through such things as illness, depression, and all sorts of things. And I myself go through a learning disability. And through that, and through one thing which has really helped me express myself in other ways that are in no word, is the arts in Osceola County. And I'm very proud to say that nearly every single school in Osceola County has an arts department in some form or fashion. And I really want to invite everybody here, and especially everyone on the board who has gotten a ticket, so they have to come, to something that the ACE Coalition sponsors, which is Arts Alive. Every student from band to dance, we just added creative writing, which is just amazing, poetry, stories, everything. Everything from dance, music, drama, and instrumental. And you basically can come to this show for, I believe, $15, which all goes towards scholarships for these kids. We give out about 4, is it 4 scholarships?
Oh, more than that.
Oh, 5?
7 now.
It's 7. There's 7 scholarships awarded that evening to further their education, if it's through the arts education or the arts in general. So I not only invite everybody on this board to come and enjoy a very wonderful evening of entertainment, but everyone here. So thank you guys so much.
Great, thank you.
Oh, when is it? That would be good, wouldn't it? April 23rd, 2015, Poinciana High School. Poinciana High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. John, I did see you join us as well. John Adams, I'll invite you up this time.
Nice job on both.
John, I know you probably know our protocols, but if you would state your name and address to the record, we'll have 3 minutes to address the board this evening, and as usual, I welcome you here tonight.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. John Adams, I'm here representing the Growth Management Task Force for the Kissimmee St. Cloud Chamber of Commerce. We understand that your legal counsel has some concerns about a contractual agreement to further study the short-term rental overlay district. As you recall, at our workshop, we had a very clear understanding that this board was interested in a further study, especially in whatever adjustment may or may not be warranted in your impact fee. We also clearly understood that this board had absolutely no interest in funding such study. So we do have members of the private sector that are willing to fund this study. I don't know what concerns there would be with a private entity hiring a private consultant unless there's some sort of exclusivity contract or provision in the contract you have with Tyndall Oliver. If that's the case, the private sector is interested in funding this on behalf of the school board. Whether they hire the consultant directly or whether the school board hires the consultant is irrelevant. We will fund it. I'm available for any questions you may have. I didn't see it on the agenda, but I am available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Wheeler?
I'll address it, John. Yeah, I understand your position. The real issue is you really need to go out and find your own consultant. We shouldn't be using the same consultant. Then your experts, your experts, who they represent, you or us. And so I think that everybody's interested in seeing some data with that. We are comfortable with the data that we have, though. You guys aren't. So we encourage you to go in this, and what you got from us gives you a benchmark on what it should cost. That way somebody doesn't say it's going to be $40,000 or $50,000. You got a benchmark to work with. But I think it makes sense for us to have our consultants and you to have yours, just like you wouldn't hire our attorney to represent you in something, or we're hiring something where it may end up being us and you in the same action, so to speak, because then who do they represent? So that's, I think, the real issue is I think that the Growth Management Task Force needs to go out and find their expert.
We have no problem with going out and finding our own expert, but Mr. Wheeler, as you recall, this board, in my mind, was very clear in their direction that you were interested in the further study, but you were not interested in further cost associated with it. It was at your suggestion as a board that we have Tyndall Oliver perform this further study. If the direction is that the private sector goes out and hires its own consultant, that's fine. But we were just following your direction from the workshop. If we misinterpreted that, then
or upon further consideration, when it came to light, that was the road we were going down. We had paused to think better of it. That you're better off with your expert and us with ours, so to speak. Just like, again, attorneys, you don't want the same attorney representing both sides.
Well, I will defer to the board. If you can provide me some very clear direction, then I would know how to advise my clients.
Sure, very well. Mr. Brown, did you want to speak on this?
Sure, if you want me to address it. My concern really is what Mr. Wheeler said, that I'm anticipating the likelihood. Yeah, I'm anticipating the likelihood of a quasi-judicial proceeding. Under the existing educational impact fee ordinance, development interests have the right to request an alternative impact fee calculation for very specific types of projects that the development interests may believe call for an alternative impact fee calculation. The procedure is they get their expert, it's laid out in the ordinance, they get their expert, that expert provides a study. Then the school district has a period of time to analyze and address that study, and the superintendent renders a decision. Then from there you go to the board, from there you go to the circuit court. It's a quasi-judicial proceeding, and this is fairly routine, that if we have an expert, which would be Tyndall Oliver, we would like them to be available to comment on an alternative impact fee study that might be presented by another party. Now, I don't want to prejudge it. It may be that when they look at the report and the short-term rental project is defined in such a way that they could actually agree, that's fine. But if they don't agree and they criticize it, then I don't want the school district's expert to be disqualified, or at a minimum subject to extensive cross-examination because it's been paid by both sides of the action. It's fairly basic, in terms of how expert witnesses are dealt with in litigation proceedings. So that was my concern.
Okay, very well. Board, if I may, and tell me if I don't recapture what the spirit of what our conversation was, but I think it is only appropriate that Mr. Adams does have some direction from the board, because as we finished up that workshop, there was a clear expectation that this board didn't have any interest whatsoever in paying for it. John, I don't necessarily remember, and in fact, I don't think it was the case that the board said hire Tyndall Oliver. I could see where the assumption may be, hey, pay for the study and let's see where it is, and then Tyndall Oliver already worked for us at that point. But board, let's just kind of wrap this up so that Mr. Adams doesn't sit through the duration of our meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. You want to make them sit?
Let's bring it back at the end to it.
Grab a bag of peanuts and
Let me call Larry.
No, that's fair. Pinch hitter. Board, are you in agreement with Mr. Brown's thoughts and concerns that
Yes.
Tyndall Oliver should not be the one doing the study? We appreciate the fact that the private sector is willing to pay for the study, which will bring maybe additional light or consideration to the board to consider, which is simply to consider, but that our consultant is not the one that should be used.
Yeah, and that's probably fine. And I'm probably the one who's talked about Tyndall Oliver at the meeting. And, excuse me, as Jay said, in hindsight, was probably not a good idea. But really, we're really just thinking of a way to figure out what the cost was from that standpoint for me. So I don't care. Other than Tyndall Oliver, I guess whoever does it.
Mr. Chair, just one point of order, one more point of clarification. As I recall at that workshop, your interest was if there was to be an adjustment in the short-term rental overlay district, if that were to be justified, your interest was what increase or accounting would have to happen outside of the short-term rental overlay. Now, in fact, if that's the case, we need to know what clear direction of what kind of study. We absolutely understand the current ordinance, but we did not believe that this would be following the current ordinance of an alternate study for an individual project. We looked at this as an overall area study and an adjustment to your ordinance.
Sure.
And that's what we thought we were given direction to pursue.
Okay.
If that's not the case, if you don't want to look at what adjustments need to be made in the primary residential area, if adjustments are justified, that's fine. We can do independent individual studies.
Sure. And again, I'll attempt to kind of recap what my memory is of what the board was intending in that, which was that the board stood behind the study where it was. The board was willing to have the conversation about whether or not some adjustments should be made on the overlay that was described. The board did not have any interest in paying for any additional study, that we already paid for the study, and that if an additional study was to be performed outside, separate from the school district, that the board would be willing to look at the results of that study, but would not necessarily at that point commit to what they would or wouldn't do, but they would at least be willing to see what the results of that may be. And I think specifically to Mr. Thacker's point at the very end, what results are generated from that study and what impact or what trickle effect does it have all the way across the county, so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Okay.
Did I kind of capture everyone's thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, just to be clear, that's kind of if I followed your question, I'm not interested in the study that would just go look at the short term. I would have to be because I think if the impact of the total impact does not change. So if we've understated or overstated the impact there, we may be understating it on the traditional residential side. So, yeah.
And that's exactly why we did not believe that the current ordinance accommodated that whole study. The current ordinance accommodates alternate studies for specific developments.
Okay. I have a number of lights on board. I'll yield to any of you. Have we kind of wrapped up where we're at on this and given clear enough direction, Mr. Adams, or do you have something?
I just wanted to say that I probably, and I may have done like Clarence and talked about, a simple recalculation in those numbers to say, and I believe maybe I was even the one to bring that up, and the representative from Tyndall Oliver was there, a simple recalculation of the numbers, pulling the west side overlay out and then adding up, and I'd be very interested to see those numbers. And so, but legally, I want to make sure that everything is right here, and so I would yield to Mr. Brown.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler.
I'll just not to beat a dead horse, but just to be specific. Okay. Obviously, to Clarence's point, I mean, the impact is what the impact is. If we take money from X for Y, then X has to go up to X plus 1, et cetera. So I'd want to see, in whatever alternative study comes out, John, I'd want to see, what that fleshes out relative to any kind of reduced impact fees that maybe the short-term rental market might absorb, but also what the increases will be specifically to multifamily, single-family, and mobile homes. I mean, just to add a layer of specificity to it, I want to be totally clear, because the impact is the impact. So so something's going to go up and something's going to go down. Whoever goes up, they're going to be just as unhappy as somebody else, and we need to be clear on all of that.
Mr. Brown?
I just want to say for the record, because all of these things can be caught up in quasi-judicial proceedings in the future, which will be reviewed by a court. Let me just say that all of the comments regarding the methodology for the study, are just discussion points at this time, because having litigated these issues in other districts, the fact that an overlay district or a zoning area or a particular project may not generate the same number of students on average as our other residential units going to generate will not result in, it's not a factor of, well, we need this much money, and if we're not getting it from here, we got to get it from over there. That's not the way it's going to work. You're basically looking at what is a residential dwelling unit, and based upon the application of engineering methodology that's going to be accepted by a court under a Daubert standard, the issue is how many students are going to be generated on average by a dwelling unit based on multifamily, size of the unit. Remember, we've gotten into the size. And just because you don't get as much from a particular zoning district should have no impact on what the other districts would have to pay. And that's why I think part of the problem is, and everyone's just sort of talking about methodology, and they just need to get a good engineer who knows what he's doing, and they'll hear it on their end. There has to be some definition of what it is that they believe will, on average, generate fewer students than what the general result is under the study that the district commissioned from Tyndall Oliver. And so you're looking at a facility with bathrooms, places to sleep. People stay there, and they stay overnight, and they live there. So what is it about a particular type of project? If we're basically just saying, hey, zoning in an entire area is zoned for short-term rental, if that's what you want to do, I don't think that's going to be enough. That I would defer to the competent engineering experts. I think that's right. I think you have to look at project requirements. I mean, if a project is going to be built like a resort and operated like a hotel, and it's going to have a unique characteristics of vacation villas, then that may, if those kinds of projects may well generate fewer students. I just don't know what the results are going to be. I hope that's helpful. I think they just need to get their own expert. Tyndall Oliver can certainly share the data that firm has to the extent it doesn't infringe on their trade secrets. Some of the data may be in forms where they can't share it or they're going to claim a trade secret. But I think there should be a cooperative spirit where the district's engineer certainly can share numbers and source where suggest where they can go look to come up with their competing data. So that's I'm happy to answer any other questions. But I just heard a lot of statements made that I know don't fit the way a court is going to expect this to play out.
John, is that any clearer?
No, quite frankly, it's not. You're legal counsel, and I'm not challenging your legal counsel, but it's absolutely contrary to what Tyndall Oliver answered your question to at the workshop. They said there was a direct relationship with a reduction in the short-term rental, and if there were to be one justified, and an increase in the primary.
Okay.
I absolutely agree with your attorney. I don't believe there should be. If you don't generate the students, you don't have the impact, you don't have the cost. But it's contrary to what your own consultant advised you.
Well, let me summarize in this way, and I want us to move on from this conversation as well.
I guess I took more than my 3 minutes.
Well, I've paused you because really we've been doing the talking, but You technically have 47 seconds, sir.
Okay.
But here's the short of it. You guys hire whoever you want
Okay.
to do a study. Do not hire Tyndall Oliver. And I don't know if I can technically say that, but
We understood that
you
you don't
understand
have
where we are,
a
but
desire
whichever.
for us to hire them.
Whatever the results of the study are, the best case scenario at this point is that the board is willing to look at it. That's the only word that you're getting.
And that's all we're asking.
And what comes out of it from there will be up for the board to review, decide, deliberate on, and consider, and nothing more than that is really being offered or promised at this time.
And that's all we're asking, fair and equitable review of data. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Okay, Nancy. Wait, I saw you in the back. There you are. Nancy Brilliant.
I'm on his 3 minutes.
Good evening and welcome to you, ma'am. And Nancy, I'm sure you probably know the protocol as well. If you'd state your name and address for the record, and it's good to see you again this evening.
My name is Nancy Brillant. I live at 4701 Capitol Boulevard in St. Cloud. Tonight I want to talk to you about commitment. And according to Webster, that actually means a pledge or a promise to do something. Tonight I want to share with you what commitment means to me and what it actually looks like in my life. I serve 7 periods of students at PAS TICO, and I teach 10th grade English 2, World Lit, Intensive Reading, and AP Art History. That's 4 preps, one of which is AP, so that takes a huge commitment. I have 2 sections of intensive reading. When my students started with me, several of them were at a 5.3 grade level. I teach 10th grade. That's a huge commitment. In addition to those students, I serve 38 gifted students at PAS because no one else at PAS had my certification to teach gifted. So our former Osceola County Teacher of the Year, Stephanie Middleton, stepped up. She understood commitment, and she came and said, "How can I help you?" So 2 of us understood commitment. I serve further 125 other Osceola County students with our virtual school. That's a big commitment. Now, just because they're online students and I don't have to do lesson plans doesn't mean that I don't talk with them sometimes several times a month. I grade, I comment on their assignments, I care very much about who they are, and they sit in every school in this district. That's a big commitment. Kelly Cotton, our new Osceola Teacher of the Year, she understands that commitment too because we talk on Sundays with the same students, sometimes a long time, to get them to the finish line. It's about commitment. I serve 30 of my colleagues on our Reading Competency 2 as a facilitator. Do you know you have teachers that take that class that don't need it to be better at what they do? That's commitment. It's a big commitment. I don't think I'm different than many of the teachers that are in this room and that aren't here tonight. We all give a huge commitment to our kids for student achievement, to our colleagues, to you all. So I guess I want to ask you tonight to think about the things that I do in the course of a day. And I want you to realize that I get up at 4:30 in the morning. And I made a chart I'm going to leave with you. 4:30. Think about that. Sometimes it's 10 or 11 before the day ends. And that's to get those things done well and to get them done to the level that I want them to be finished at. We meet students in the library. We have parent conferences. We call home when they're failing. I make peep cakes. You should come by and have some. They're delicious. We have Saturday review sessions. I mean, I could stand here for an hour and tell you all the things myself and other teachers do that do not fall under the regular day of work. And it's to get your kids, my kids, our kids to the finish line. So I want you to think about commitment and what I've said. I've worked for several of you sitting in this circle. You know, I know what commitment means, but commitment is reciprocal. And I plead that you go back to the table and discuss salary negotiations. Some of us are working 7 days a week because we have commitment. Commitment is reciprocal. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
My chart in the lobby.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. April? Good evening to you, April.
Good evening. I had to congratulate Yada.
Absolutely.
April Jackson, 722 Mabette Street, Kissimmee, Florida. President of Osceola County Education Association. Last week I was at a conference and they were telling us about the shortage of teachers that's going to be coming up in the next few years. Every time we go to a school, our teachers tell us we are overworked. We don't have enough time in the day to accomplish everything we did. And I keep telling them, I'm telling the school board members this at numerous meetings. Well, we did a letter writing campaign where the teachers had the opportunity to address each of you about what they're doing above and beyond in their classrooms every day. The paraprofessionals did the same. And you're going to be given a group of letters shortly, and I'm going to go over this data here, Jay, in a minute. They're telling you everything they're doing above and beyond in their classrooms. Our teachers are frustrated. And one of the reasons I gave you the data that I did tonight, the retention for Osceola County teachers, if you look at the data, and I'll explain the chart here to you, and Pam, I have a copy for you. This is the percentages of teachers that stay in our district every year. And the numbers that are in red is where Osceola County has the lowest retention rate in Central Florida. I had Okeechobee on here as well, and there are a lot of years that our retention rate is lower than Okeechobee County. Almost every page, we start 10 years back, the first year is 10 years, all 10 years we've had the lowest retention rate of new hires. There's only 1 year in this packet for the last 10 years where we don't have the majority of the lowest retention, and I'm concerned. If we're not retaining our teachers now, what's going to happen when the teacher shortage comes and teachers can go to another district where they're not feeling as much pressure as they are in Osceola County? Yes, I know the test scores have to improve. Melba's job's on the line if the district grade doesn't go up. But we have to consider the teachers in this county. They are giving and giving and giving, and more people than ever are talking about leaving. I had one today tell me, point blank, I'm looking at their FRS page every day to see when I can afford to retire. I'm not going to finish the year. I'm just going to retire when I get to a certain level of days. That's scary. Our teachers should be comfortable and ready to work. And the pressure that's being put on them is coming from you as a board, because you keep telling us the school grades have to go up, they have to go up, they have to go up. Our teachers don't have any more to give, guys. They are going above and beyond. There's one letter that I read, because I didn't read the letters. She said, I don't get to spend time with my toddler on the weekends because I'm preparing lesson plans and grading papers. Our priority should be our children and our employees. And right now, I think we're at a crisis point because our teachers and our ESPs are sinking quickly, and we've got to find a way to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, April.
April, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Percentage of new teachers remaining in the district. Then you have 1 year, 2 years, like 5 years.
The first year is the first year that they've been in the county.
Okay, so this would be, at 5 years would be a fifth year teacher?
They're
Okay,
fifth year.
What's your
And it goes back 10 years.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you again, April. Okay, board, we are at agenda modifications. I'll go from my left to right to see if anybody has any. Mr. Wheeler?
Yeah, on the, well, first off, I've got an item at the end of the agenda that I'll pull off because we're going to be talking about that as we go through a few different times, so I'll pull that off.
Okay.
And then, but I want to pull up consent agenda, item 4 under curriculum and instruction. Other than that, I'm good to go.
Okay, and that is the University of Florida articulation
Yep.
degree. Okay. Mr. Soto? I don't have it. Mr. Thacker?
I have none.
Mr. Booth?
I have none.
And superintendent's none additional, right?
Move
Okay, before you do that, board, I'm gonna ask your indulgence if you will allow us to move information items down to the end of our regular agenda instead. There's a number of items that are there, and some of them are gonna take a little bit of time, so we'll move through the rest of the items so that if anybody's here and needs to excuse himself, they can, and then we'll get to that portion. So just to clarify, what you'll be voting on is the approval of the agenda, consent agenda items with the exception of number 4 under curriculum and instruction. Mr. Wheeler has pulled under unfinished business student achievement for discussion, and then we will be shifting information items down to the end of our regular agenda items.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr.
Second.
Thacker with a second by Mr. Wheeler on the approval of the agenda. Board, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay, so board, let's move down to Mr. Wheeler, item number 4 on the curriculum instruction.
Yeah, first, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you. We do have a
Discussion.
motion to approve with a second. Discussion, Mr. Wheeler?
this is, obviously, this is the University of Florida Dual Enrollment Program. And the question I've got really is first I want to thank everybody who was involved with this. No objections to it. When can we get a presentation on this program? You don't have to do it right now necessarily, but when can we get a presentation on the nuts and bolts of this so that way we know, we want to talk to kids, parents, et cetera. I think this is huge for us, but there's a lot of unknowns. And so when can we expect something?
Mr. Wheeler, as you know, both myself and Ms. McMillan have been working tirelessly at getting this through, and it would not have happened without Ms. McMillan's help and tenacity. We just literally got the signed document and adjusted document this week.
I was in Ms. Luciano's office when it came in.
Yeah, so what we're doing now is University of Florida and Ms. Schumacher are getting together to work out the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay.
I would think we'd have no problem at all by the next board meeting being able to bring something to you on all the dual enrollment agreements we have, because we now have a new one also with University of Central Florida.
Great.
But this UF one is a little bit unique because it is all online. So I'll be glad to do that. If Ms. Luciana has the room on the next agenda, we'll try to work something out for you.
That's great. That's great. Okay, that's really all I have.
Good. Thank you. Board, any other discussion on this item? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor of the approval of number 4 under curriculum instruction, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 4-0. Notation, Mr. Booth did have to step out.
That wasn't close since we lost a gator here.
Well, we carried it without him. That's okay. He's the Will Muschamp.
So it's a 4-0 pass. Tanya, Mr. Booth was not present for the vote. Board, that brings us down to our regular agenda items. What is your pleasure on the curriculum instruction for those items?
Motion to approve. I'll make a motion to approve items A through J in total as submitted. Motion to approve.
Thank you. There is a motion by Mr. Wheeler on the approval of letters A through J on the curriculum instruction with a second by Mr. Soto. Board, any discussion? Okay, hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 4-0, again with Mr. Booth being absent for the vote. Board, under Human Resources, what's your pleasure on this
Motion to
item?
approve item K as submitted.
Thank you, Board. There is a motion. Is there a second on that item?
I'll second for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. So we have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, second by Mr. Thacker. Discussion, Mr. Thacker?
The only really question I had, and I know the legislative session's not over, but I think there's a bill floating around in there that's going to allow us to move these school start dates earlier. If that passes, do we have an intention on doing that? Or, I'm not sure, I guess my question is, how does that impact this? Or does?
We actually spoke about this at our leadership meeting yesterday, and we knew that there may be some proposed language change in the current statute, and we made the commitment to go ahead and stick with the calendar that has been adopted for the 15-16 school year, and we would look at possibly starting the school year earlier for the 16-17 school year.
Okay, because at one time we had talked about adjusting that, I thought, several meetings ago, if it did change, but, okay.
I've got a question. Really? I've got a question. I know that one of the issues a few years ago when Tallahassee did tinker with schedules, and I don't know if it's still an issue or not, but one of the issues we had was lining up our semesters with dual enrollment. So, so kids could take their final exams from Valencia, on the Valencia schedule versus finishing our semester, and they still got to take that course afterwards. And I guess the question I'd have relative to any changes is, how would that affect those dual enrollment? And now we're looking at UCF and UF on top of Valencia. So I guess, and I don't know if there's an answer for that, Tom, right now or not.
A general answer is starting earlier would align us more closely with the colleges. They would start earlier, and they typically start in the middle or beginning of August, and they'll end early in December. So it will help us to align it a little bit more closely. One of the reasons that we made the decision to not modify our calendar for the new school year is graduations have already been scheduled using our calendar that has been adopted. Parents, they call us frequently before that calendar is adopted asking, because they're trying to schedule things, and I appreciate them doing that and trying to schedule around our calendar. So we felt if modifying the calendar would not, I guess, be appropriate for the families that have already made some schedules, and also for some of the things that we've already started scheduling as a school district.
Okay. Mr. Booth?
I was just, if we do this in 16, 17, that means mid-year exams will be before Christmas.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay. I don't think anyone else has comments, Mr. Booth. There's a couple of things I want to quickly update you on. You weren't here for some important votes. Number one, we voted from now on you have to grill steaks before every meeting for the board. And
I'll do
also
it.
that you have to now only cheer for the Seminoles in any game that ever takes place.
That is not true.
That will not happen.
So I'm just saying, that was a vote, and Clarence voted for it as well. I just,
Let's vote on your behalf.
yeah, exactly.
I bet he did.
Actually, we let Mr. Allen vote for that one for you since he's a diehard Seminole. Okay, board, we do have a motion by Mr. Wheeler, I believe with a second by Mr. Thacker on that item. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board Business and Finance, what is your pleasure?
I'll make a motion to accept letters M through Q for approval. I want to take letter L on its own.
I'd like you to pull O too, if you would.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve M, N, P, and Q.
I'm sorry. I pulled the wrong one. We pulled L. Never mind. I'm sorry. I wrote down the wrong one.
So you want M through, so you're good?
I'm good
I'm
with.
gonna withdraw both motions. Let's start over.
I've got you.
I'll make a motion to approve items M through Q as submitted.
Good. So there's
I'm sorry, wait a minute. I've got two different notes.
I'm older than you, and I'm not having seen
I know,
them,
I'm sorry. I do want to pull O.
Okay, let's start. I'll make a motion to approve M, N, P, and Q as submitted.
And I will second that.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker.
There we go. Go Knowles.
With confusion.
Okay, so there's a motion by Mr. Wheeler, a second by Mr. Thacker on the approval of the Business and Finance letters M, N, P, and Q. We are not voting on letters L and O at this time.
Correct.
Any discussion on those items, board? Hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, let's go to letter L.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, board.
Second for
There's a
discussion.
motion. Is there a second on that item?
Second for discussion.
Thank
Okay,
you. So we have a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Booth. I'll go discussion to Mr. Wheeler.
Discussion. And this goes to, not just to our professional staff, but to everybody in the district. A big reason why we're going down this path with our own clinic is because there's certain things I can't give people, a Thanksgiving turkey. I can't give people stock options, dividends. And it kills me when I talk to teachers who can't put their sons and daughters on a healthcare plan, or they can't put their spouse on a plan. Now I realize, and I've talked with Mr. DeBoard, we are hoping that this will be an option that will be more affordable, will save us money, but also maybe there'll be an option outside of the quote Cigna plan where our employees can take advantage of this for a lower cost. I know we're not there yet, but hopefully we can develop that. This is a huge step in the right direction for cost savings and to, in my opinion, to provide a greater breadth of healthcare and wellness to our employees who otherwise probably couldn't afford it. I mean, a lot of doctor's visits right now, it's a $50 copay. They can go to this clinic, unless I'm incorrect, Mr. DeBoard, without any copays. So I think this is a great step in the right direction. Is it perfect? I don't know. Will there be problems? We got 7,000 employees. This is new. There'll be a few hiccups along the way, but this is a great step in the right direction. So I'm very pleased that we're going down this path.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Booth? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Thacker.
If board will indulge me just for a second on this, and I'm kind of using this a little bit as an item for some other things that are going on. And it's really kind of the procedure that this whole thing has gone through and the process. I agree 100%, excuse me, 100% what you say, Jay. I'm all for a health clinic. For all the reasons you stated, no question about that. My only question on this is, and I can only speak for myself, as this process was going all the way back to right when I first got on the board, the first round I made and met people in the school district, this is extremely important to me. I've told everybody it was extremely important to me. We've talked about it a couple times, several times. We've talked about taking some exploratory trips. I said, we'll take you down to Polk County. Nothing ever happens. And I guess the thing that concerns me about this is we've gotten to this point, and by the time it gets to us really as the board, after the committee and the proposals come in, is to negotiate with the selected party. And I guess I just want to throw this out there. I would love to have seen the 3 presentations when they reduced it down to 3 companies. I think this is so important to the school district and to our employees and to our staff. It would have been something that would have been worthwhile for the board to see the final 3 presentations as we go through this process. And it's just, it seems like more and more things get here and they're done. And I've heard the explanation several times in the past. Boards didn't want to participate, or they just wanted to see things. We don't know if we can show you 3 things. I think we do have a board that's interested in participating, and maybe more than in the past. I don't know, because I'm not sure what the other boards were. But I don't know if the board's got any appetite or not, and I'm fine either way, I guess. But I would like to see us, and we need the legal or Stacy or somebody or Ken to tell us, is it possible if we continued this item to the next meeting and allowed the top 3 to come to present to us? Because there are lots of things going on. This is extremely important. This isn't something, if we screw up, that we have, we just say, 2 months later, we want to do this differently. I think it's critical, and I think these things that are this critical, that are this expensive, and are going to impact, $50-something million of our budget is insurance money, 50 or 60, Todd?
Roughly about 50.
Okay, 50 million of our money is insurance. And not only is it the money piece that's that important to it, but it's a primary benefit. Ms. Jackson just talked about retention, things that helps with retention and things that do show that we are concerned and we are committed to our employees. I believe it's that important, and I guess I just wanted to.
It's a great point. Mr. Wheeler?
Clarence, you bring up a good point. First of all, I'd have had no problem seeing the presentations, but at the same time, I also don't have any problem with Florida Hospital's recommendation, because they got the experience, they got doctors, et cetera. With that said, though, one of the things that when I met with Mr. DeBoer, which was kind enough to meet with me in advance, go over a lot of this, and I thought you and Lauren did a great job going over it, but if I, and I think I don't know, to your point, I think we may be too far down the road to pull this back.
And I understand that, but that's why I told you this is a little bit of an example.
But to your point, one of the things, and I expressed that I had some heartburn over relative to this, they sent this out to a group of 14 potential candidates to respond, and which is not criticism on any of those 14 at all. However, this is such a big issue, and it can be such a contentious issue. We've got a lot of providers in this community. I would have personally liked to have just seen something this big and affect so many people, a solicitation maybe go in the News Gazette that we're soliciting, if you want to submit, but it wasn't done like that, and it was done the way it was done, and we are here now with Florida Hospital, and I'm totally comfortable with Florida Hospital as the provider. It's not like you're scratching your head and saying, oh, who are these guys?
No, I agree with that. I can't say that I'm totally comfortable with, I'm not uncomfortable with Florida Hospital, but I don't know that I might not have been more comfortable with some of the other issues. There's another piece that I forgot to mention, and I've talked about this in the first couple of meetings we were at, and that is doing something jointly with the other governmental units. I know there were a couple conversations with Dave Sclerick with the sheriff's office, but a conversation is not pushing to do stuff together, and I guess I'm just a little disappointed. Here we go again. Now we've got a sheriff's department, we've got a county, 2 cities that have different things, in the school board. Once this is done, we've all got our own bureaucracies, and once again, it never comes together. And in speaking as an individual taxpayer, I know that's got to cost me more.
Well, you'd hope that there'd be economies of scale, but at the same time, to coordinate all of that, it does, it's kind of like making sausage. Everyone wants to eat it, nobody wants to see how it's made, and so.
I get all that.
Right.
I don't know how long we can afford that.
Right.
When we have no money, I don't know how long we can.
Well, and I think, again, this is a huge step in the right direction. But again, as far as trying to pull it back, I think we need to, go full speed ahead. But I'll leave that, let other people speak to this, please.
Okay, we've got a number of people that would like to. Superintendent, I'll come to you next.
Thank you. We are always looking for the input of our board members, but I want to make sure that we ask Mr. Brown in regards to this, if it is acceptable for the board members to be part of this process.
Well, my response would be this. I understand Gallagher basically as consultant worked this process. So I have not seen the bid specifications, or in this case, the RFP specs that went out to all the proposers. Typically when you issue a request for proposals, you're going to identify in writing to all the proposers how the process will work. So to the extent calling for these people to now submit to additional interview procedures that may not have been called for in the specifications could give rise to a protest. You know, so you know, obviously if all three of them are willing to come in and present, then they can do it by consent. But if one of them says, you know, hey, I bid on this or proposed on these specifications and now you're changing the rules, you're opening yourself up, and these are certainly the types of entities that have the wherewithal to protest, and you know, I can't guarantee you will or will not have a protest if one of them is not willing to come in and do a separate recommendation. I would also suggest you're approving negotiations tonight, you're not approving a contract, so a lot of the concerns could be addressed in contract provisions, and the board could give direction to staff in terms of a formalized process where each board member could provide some input, and we could try to make sure that those thoughts make their way into the final contract. Certainly, if one company says we don't want to come in and do another interview because that's not the procedure we proposed on, you know, then you always have the ability to reject all proposals and do it again, but then that carries a business risk that you may not get the same proposals, and you may discourage people because it's time consuming and expensive to go through this process. So we're at a place where we're at, and certainly what Mr. Wheeler said did make some sense, and maybe the solution is to protect the interests that you're concerned about in contract language, because that's still a process that's going to go forward now.
Can you address our question about should, because I don't know if this is something we should be involved with. I'm willing to take.
Yeah, Larry, that's really what I'm asking.
Yeah,
It's
sure,
really
sure.
important to know whether the board members can be there through that entire process prior to getting to here.
Legally, that you can if that's the way the rules of the procedure are set up. I know from personal experience, the cities I represent, the city commission actually is the selection committee. So it's all a question of what are the rules that find their way into the specifications that go forward to the proposers. And you're probably changing, if you invite them in to do another interview, that's clearly, I don't know how vague and ambiguous the specs were written, but assuming they were written with any degree of specificity, they probably didn't contemplate that the board would have a right to require additional interviews. And so you're then asking them to consent to do that, and you have the right legally, if the board by majority wants to hear from these people, you can ask them if they're willing to do that. And if all three are willing, that's not a problem legally.
The deeper your base of knowledge is, the more you can ask questions, and you talk about.
Let me throw another thing in. The Sunshine Law was amended, I think, 2 years ago. You know, I was talking to Mr. Boyd today about all the different types of exemptions from Sunshine and how they all have different rules because the legislature writes each one separately. You know, how collective bargaining is different. Well, there's a new one. And it's a couple of years old. Whoever your selection committee is can close the meeting. So if the board were to be the interviewing body by consent, if they're willing to do it, you can actually close the meeting for the time period that you're asking questions and then deliberating among yourselves. You have to record the meeting in its entirety, but it doesn't say a court reporter. So we have a really good, in fact, I'm being recorded right now. You know, that would be legally sufficient. So you could do that, and you could also close that meeting, or you could open it up in your discretion. So Superintendent, I hope I've answered your question. There's
Not
nothing.
really. No.
There's no law that says under no circumstance can the board make the final decision.
No, well, I just want to hear, this is what I want to make sure, that when the committee sits down and does their interviews and goes through the entire process, can we have 3 board members sitting there and then coming back and voting for it later on?
It depends on how the specifications are written. And
Okay.
certainly you cannot do it unless the committee meeting is noticed as a workshop in compliance with Sunshine, because guess what? If you have 2 board members there and they're conducting government business, it's a Sunshine meeting unless See, there are things you haven't thought through in how we were to handle this, so it's all a function of how we set it up. It could be set up in such a way that 2 or more board members could be there, and then in that case, you have to ask yourself the question, are we now going to close the meeting so that it is exempt from sunshine or not? If 2 or more board members are going to be there, you'd better make sure you have the notice published and minutes are kept, and it's a sunshine meeting. Is that responsive to your question?
Superintendent?
That's clearer. But however, what it sounds to me is that there has to be a conversation in regards to ensure that we're doing everything properly, so that we would have a policy and rules
Yes.
in order to do all of this, which would involve Stacy.
Yes.
Okay.
And I, bless you, and I spoke to, that was, we have tissues coming your way. I spoke to Stacy today, and I spoke to Mr. Cease today, and I think there's some further work we can do in terms of how we approach these RFPs. But right now, sitting here today on this one, I'm not familiar with how the bid specifications were worded, and I'm not sure they contemplated board members showing up. So now, if a majority of the board sitting here today says, hey, we'd like to have these guys come in and interview again, we'd probably better do it with their consent so that all 3 are willing to do it, the top 3 ranked. And if they're not all 3 willing, you consider rejecting all proposals and starting over with all the business risk attendant to that decision, but that's a legal way to do it. Or frankly, just pick up our concerns in the contract. Those are your options. I hope I've not been too obtuse there.
Mr. Thacker, let me just come back to you real quick. Mr. Soto, I know you want to speak on this as well.
I guess I wasn't suggesting part of the whole process interview team and everything, but where they come down to a group of 3 and they do their little committee thing. I've been on several boards. When you're going to build a building, sometimes you come down to your last 3. They come in, they present to the whole board as a part of the final selection period. It's in a board meeting or a workshop. It's not like some meeting in the
But it's
trailer over here.
posted that they're gonna do it.
Yeah, it's posted. It's
all they're gonna do.
it's just when the final selection in this case is a fait accompli. And what I'm saying is I'd like to, and I'm using this as much as an example as this item.
May I interject, Mr. Thacker? I'm sorry, and Mr.
If I'm wrong, that's fine.
Well, Mr. Wheeler just said I never really answered the question about whether a board member can actually be on the selection committee. The answer is yes, if that's the way you design it.
That's fine.
Because I represent cities where the commissioners are on the selection committee.
Sure.
Okay.
And that was understood. Real quick, because Mr. Thacker, I recognize you're talking about this in theory and concept. We probably would need to define some parameters by which the superintendent and staff can work within, so that as these type of items are coming up, obviously, I assume you do not want to sit on and review and have a presentation on everything. So we want to make sure. Yeah. So we want to just kind of maybe provide. This is a good conversation as a whole, anyway. That will provide some framework, I think, for how we're going to handle this. It may not necessarily affect the outcome tonight. It may. But what is it? What type of items, or how would you like to go about identifying the type of items where, when there is a final 3 selection or something, that it would come before the board for a presentation? And I only ask, I think it's important for the board, but I think it's important for the superintendent staff to kind of have some.
I think we can certainly, say this is as it comes up, I can't think one off the top of my head. But this was clearly one that I know I was deeply kind of passionate about early on. And I could have told you, I was a little surprised we got to the point where here's the answer, I guess. And I feel like if the top 3, and the process would be perfect. If we were just if the top 3 presentations were to the committee, to the board, and that whole group has a discussion and there is to one, I would be a lot more inclined or educated to add things to the contract or ask questions about should this be, by hearing 3 other things that people are going to do. Now, from a board perspective, I've got a little bit of blinders on because I don't have background of history and knowledge in the back of my mind to be thinking of things that I may not ever think of by never hearing anybody else say how they would do this.
Sure.
I feel a little handicapped by that.
Okay, let me come back to one of your other questions that was posed as well, which is what would happen if we didn't vote on this tonight and there was a continuance of it? I don't know if you've received the answer that you need there as well, so I guess maybe
sorry, proposals are typically time limited. You know, you can't wait too long, or these proposals.
Well, that's, but I mean, is 2 weeks too long, or is it?
Well, let's go to Mr. Board and see kind of what are your thoughts from what you guys have worked with on this to Mr. Thacker's question?
Any time frame, when does this have to be?
Yeah, it's, the biggest time crunch that we're looking at is trying to get things moving as quickly as possible in order to meet an opening date of January 2016. You know, it just pushes us further back because we really can't have the major discussions with Florida Hospital in, getting the ball rolling, the whole project, until the board has provided us approval to move forward with this contract. So that's, we could potentially wait another, till the next board meeting if that's what you so choose. But that's really the deadline that we're looking at kind of crunching up against, is trying to make sure.
So it's
that we're
definitely
able
feasible. It delays things a little bit. It's not the end of the world. Mr. Thacker, if we move forward with this tonight, and to Mr. Brown's point about we still have the contract component, if we move forward and then have presentations or additional information come to the board as they're working through that process, does that satisfy your current question or no?
That's fine.
You sure? Okay. The other piece too, which I think is going to be important, and this is important for the board to know, is Melba and I meet with the various managers and other chairmen of, Toho, KUA, the county, the city, so on and so forth. There has not been a meeting that I've been at, I think, in the last 8 months, Melba, that this has not come up at every single meeting, and that we have continually said, let's work together, let's make this happen, let's do this, there's a cost savings, there's an economy of scale. We also know that we charge staff with doing some review and talking with the various risk management departments at the other entities. It might be worthwhile, Mr. DeBoer, if you want to just briefly share, if Mr. Thacker, if you want to hear that, what did or didn't happen, what the impediments were, because I agree with you, and my desire from the onset was that we would all figure out how to work together, and I shared that yesterday when I met with Mr. DeBoer and Lauren as well, is, in an ideal world, it would be so much better if all of us could figure out how to do these things together, because again, and I use the example, I own properties in the city, I live in the county, I pay school taxes, I pay all these things, and so I'm paying for these things multiple times as a citizen, as a taxpayer, and as a business owner, so I agree with you, but I think we just continue to hit a cog in the wheel as.
Ken, to be very clear, I'm not putting that whole blame that the county's not doing this together on your shoulder. I mean, it's a collective.
And,
I know you tried.
Yeah, we had a couple of meetings, different meetings with all of the risk management benefits people from all the governmental entities, City of St. Cloud, City of Kissimmee, KUA, we all sat down together. City of St. Cloud already has a clinic in place with one vendor. City of Kissimmee has a clinic in place with a different vendor. Sheriff's Office we sat down with separately. They're talking to another, or looking at moving forward with a clinic as well with a third vendor. And then, and basically we were in the middle of our RFP process when we sat down with the Sheriff's Office. And, and apparently they're not really going to go through an RFP process was the information that, they're, I guess, going to just do direct negotiations, and from what we understand, that's perfectly legitimate way of approaching this. But we had, I think through the workshop that we had with the board and everything, we had pretty much, we were starting that process if it hadn't already, if it wasn't already moving forward or the RFP was already out. But we just had come to the conclusion that in order to get the data we needed to make the final decision, we felt like the best way to do that was to go through the RFP process and actually have competition and have, be able to find out who does offer what services and what recommendations they would bring to Osceola School District, and as far as our implementation of a clinic. So, we have tried, we've talked to all of them about it. I guess the county government, Board of County Commissioners, their intention is to ultimately go with whatever the Sheriff's Office decides to do. So it doesn't sound like they will be creating their own wheel on their own, but they're kind of letting the Sheriff's Department lead the way, and they're going to pretty much go along with them apparently.
Answer that. The other thing that, you know what, Mr. Soto, I apologize. I paused you earlier. and I-
I'll hold my comments. They tend to be a little bit more going towards, resolving this as a board rules issue. So go ahead and finish up with this particular, the details of this particular item. And then I'll talk something related as to what Mr. Thacker brought up.
Okay, thank you. The other point, Mr. Thacker and board, that I had discussed with Ken and Lauren yesterday was, we're all going down this road in individual fashion. I think everybody's trying to figure out how to do the best thing for their respective body that they represent. What happens when we go down this? Everyone starts looking at leases and real estate and facilities and contracts and all this other thing. We know that we can deal with the contract if we had to down the line. But part of the other piece is how far downstream does everybody get in this to where now we're buying buildings and we have 6, 7, whatever it is, clinics operating around the county. Where are the cost sharings that could come in place there? Are there joint use facilities that we can do if we move forward with this? Because I do think it's, again, I agree with Mr. Wheeler's point, it's the right thing to do. I'm okay with approving this item, but my concern would be even if it didn't go the way that everybody wanted 6, 8, 10 months ago leading up to now, at what point do we reach the point of no return with everybody getting so far down the road in their own directions that it becomes nearly impossible to pull the reins back and bring everybody together? So I think that's still an important piece of this conversation as well. For us, is how do we try to work with our counterparts and the other entities to say, hey, look, we think this is good, and everyone's trying to do their best, but man, there's got to be a better way to work on this, which is very similar to the conversation we had at our last joint governmental meeting. So, Mr. Booth.
Is there anybody from Florida Hospital here? Okay, good.
He was principal for many years here, too, and a Nebraska fan.
Mr. Booth,
Your Honor, I just want to say real quick, if you don't mind, Kelvin, I just wanted to say thank you to Tim and Ken and Ms. Maddox for sitting down with me. I sat down with them Friday, and I see Tom from Gallagher back there. I wanted to say thank you for their services in this. Look, we're the biggest one. I mean, I think the Sheriff's Department at 1,400, 1,200. We're talking over 10,000. We got to get this done. But I will say, and we spoke a little bit about this, I do agree with Clarence that the board can be a part of this process, and I'd like to hear what Kelvin has to say on that.
Sure. Because it goes exactly to that point.
Good.
The way just listening to everyone here, in particular listening to Mr. Thacker, the questions the superintendent was asking, and the responses that we had, and the legal analysis provided by Mr. Brown, there seems to be that what we have here is a process that begins with a concept, and that is, let's just call it that pre-RFP phase, where we identify, where the district or whatever entity will identify a certain project that needs to be taken. So I wanted to go ahead and address that real quick. I see absolutely no reason why input from the board cannot happen at that stage, especially, look, I understand that there's a lot of things that, we're gonna approve this new book that the same book that we had before or something like, there's some things that are routine. But then there's some projects like this one here that really, really go to the strategic vision of the district. It basically, affects the culture of the district, how we deal with our employees. This is very, very significant. And these are the kind of projects that at the very early stage need to be brought before the board in some way. And to that end, I'm going to suggest that this board work to establish a rule on the books so that it's not up to the discretion of the district anymore, but that whenever anything like this type ever comes up, that we're consulted and that we have an opportunity to put it in. Because, like I said, something of this magnitude and the impact that it has, it cannot just happen in the vacuum of the district, purchasing department or whatever, or risk management. They need our input. That said, that wouldn't, in this particular case, and I'm going to go back to the next thing. We probably would end up in the same place that we are right now. But the idea is, and I think that what Mr. Thacker brought up, is that it just can't happen in a vacuum anymore. And pre-RFP, I didn't hear from Mr. Brown any suggestion that would bar board members being involved at that stage when there is no competition between any vendors. Now comes the second part, and that is after an RFP is created, hopefully with the input of the board in an item such as this. And here is where the superintendent was looking for guidance because, and I think that just instinctually you feel, well, wait a minute, you know, the ultimate, the decision is gonna be made by the board. And at what time, you know, when is it proper or appropriate for the board to be looking at the competition or whatever before a contract gets to them? And for Mr. Brown, from what I understood Mr. Brown to say is that the board may, if the procedures are in place already before that, because in other words, what Mr. Brown is saying is that this is the way that it's been established for this particular RFP, or maybe this is a board rule in general, and you know, it could be done. I think that what Melba was asking is whether, as it stands right now, would it create a problem to do it? And I am sharing with Melba that I haven't got that answer yet. And so to that point, you know, how we can be involved at that stage, we probably need to see. If the board wants to make a rule that we are involved at that stage as well, we could do that. Okay, and that was pretty clear from Mr. Brown and from what I understood.
Can I interject very quickly? It would only create a problem in this instance right now if inviting them to speak would be contrary to the bid specifications, which I have not studied on this point, and so we'd have to see those bid specs. But even if the three of them presenting would violate the bid specs, that would be cured if all three of them are willing to do it. They would waive the issue. So I hope that's my position on this right now. But yeah, a board policy or a board rule is typically the way the board best acts. If you perceive an issue that you want to address in the future, a rule is the best way to go.
And lastly, because I don't want to belabor it more, I could really go on into more stages, but I think that we're going to have to we're going to go ahead and schedule a workshop to go ahead and develop these rules, which I believe we really need. Otherwise, you won't get that kind of involvement. Is with the third part is that, you know, once a vendor is selected under RFP process and there's a contract that's being created, you know, what involvement can, in terms of, you know, what kind of input, what kind of oversight. Again, I think that leaves a lot of opportunity for the board to be involved in projects that are that significantly impact the school district and the community at large. I think that to be shut out or to not have an opportunity on that, and I think that's what Mr. Tacker was really alluding to, is something that would probably require a change of culture within the district and with the board as well. You have to have a board that's also willing. It's it's a time commitment from both ends. In my opinion, it's a rule that we must explore because these are the kind of projects that if we're not involved with, they impact the district, they impact the community, and we pretty much had nothing to do with it. 250,000 people that we represent were not represented in that decision. So I'm calling that we go ahead and explore rules to make sure that there's no ambiguity with the district, so they don't feel uncomfortable as to how we're gonna get involved, but that we do have that opportunity for projects like these.
Mr. Boyd, get your pencil ready because you've got some roles to work on. Let me offer this as well, board. I will say, so in the spirit of this, I spoke with Mr. DeBoard yesterday, and the conversation, Clyde, I hadn't even talked to you about this yet, was that, you know, going in this direction, actually I have once or twice in the past, but going in this direction, I didn't want to end up having an agenda item coming to us on the real estate component of where this facility was going to be without having an opportunity to look at it, because that is an area of expertise that I have. And I think that kind of fits within the context here that you're hitting on, Mr. Thacker, is there's certain items as we function as a board and decisions are being made, we say, hey, normally I don't need to be a part of this, but in this particular instance I do because it's big, it's a game changer, it's this, whatever the term might be for it. Part of that though, Mr. Soda, would be, and I have no problem with exploring what this rule may look like. I will say though as well, there was a conversation from the board, and we all contributed to that conversation as well, about who would be a part of that review committee. And remember that there was conversation about physicians being a part of it and board members making recommendations and who we thought should be in it. I will say that we potentially missed an opportunity at that point for the staff's benefit to also speak up and make it very clear as a board, hey, when you do this process, make sure that the board gets to be a part of that presentation piece. So I think it's important that we own part of that as well and say, hey, the staff did talk with us about what the process was going to look like, ask for input on who is going to be part of the selection committee. And I would submit that that would have been also a great opportunity for us to say, to your point, Mr. Thacker, before this gets to an agenda item, let's make sure X, Y, or Z happens. So I think there's a great opportunity for us to learn as well on how we're responding. Maybe the rule deals with that, Mr. Soto. Maybe the rule just creates a rule that we don't have and just common sense could prevail, but I'm fine with exploring either option, and Mr. Boyd will have a sharp pencil to work on that and send us something, I'm sure. Mr. Wheeler.
I'll be brief. I just want to give you a little bit of background. When I first got elected, we were exploding with growth. I mean, literally, we were building schools, hiring people, et cetera. Board members were sitting on selection committees. Now it was one board member. They rotated, for architectural services, engineering services, to choose a construction manager, et cetera. And I sat in some of those. In my opinion, I don't think it worked real well. We had some board members at the time who were making promises to some contractors, then they weren't getting jobs, and and et cetera. So I think that when you say you don't see this until it comes to the board, part of that comes from, to a certain extent, you've got to really believe. We are elected. We represent 250,000 people. We are elected, I've been elected countywide twice, in my district twice, et cetera. But you've got to believe that you've got people who are good at their jobs, capable, competent experts who you trust to get the job done. And if you don't, that's a whole other conversation. But I think that without a rule, what you can say is, look, we would like the opportunity to participate on selection committees. Let me know when they come up. Bring it to the board at a meeting, and we've got a selection committee for, mops and brooms, for whiteboards, for whatever, trucks, whatever. And to your point, Tim, you know real estate. I mean, we are pursuing right now an RFQ, which I'm not going to stop, et cetera, and something I've been doing for 17 years. But that RFQ is on the street. I'm not suggesting I should participate. I'll probably look at the books. I might talk to Clyde about it, but I'm not going to sit in on, say, I should be voting, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that as things come up, instead of a, quote, rule that everybody is bound to in perpetuity, that just we go through, maybe Mrs. Luciano calls us or sends an email out, okay, these RFQs are coming up. These are being released the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Is there an appetite for any board members to be on it? And you go from there. Or maybe we decide we're going to let the chairman look at those and then decide, okay, I should bring this to the board, or it's for paper and pencil, so you don't need a board member. I don't think that every RFQ or every RFP, to your point, Clarence, is as monumental as this. This is, I get the gravitas of this, I really do. It's kind of like when you build a $70 million high school, which we've never done here. Most we've done is $40 million, but they're $70 million now. That's something we may want to be the selection committee on that also, because it's a whole lot of pocket change. So I'm not discouraging the rule as much as I don't know that you have to do it. That's my point. I mean, why? You don't have to go on overkill necessarily. But I want to let you know where we were and why we got away from that, and why we are where we are now. So
great point, Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Thacker.
To be clear, I don't want to be on the committee, but really what I was talking about is the final selection, the final presentations to include the board. Based on that, this is the discussion I really wanted to have, and again, I kind of use this as the
no, I think it's a great
thing to bring it out. I'll back. I know we've got a process. These people have been through their process. I mean, I back off on not moving forward, but I just wanted to have this discussion and get my point across or my feelings across on it.
I'm glad you did.
Motion to approve item L.
It's already a motion,
second.
seconded by you, actually. We're good.
Second, motion, call to question. Call to
You've
question.
been reading Robert's Rules of Order. I'm impressed with you.
Well, technically, if you do that, so the question's been called, so the board would take a supermajority vote of the board in order to suspend all discussion of this item. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, motion carries 5-0. The question's been called. Board, at this time, will move for a vote on this item. The vote is to approve letter L under Business and Finance. All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0 as well. Good discussion, Board.
Very good discussion.
Thank you, Florida Hospital, for being here as well.
Mr. Passport, please call.
On the rules. This is not about the voting. We're done with the voting, but I want to talk about the rule.
Okay. Board, are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
Wait a second. Are you saying that we're done talking about the rules as
No,
well?
no.
Because he had it last
No,
point, and I wanted to.
I'm just, the board's good with it. Technically, it would be
I'll
out of order.
indulge-
Everybody's
I'll
okay,
indulge
so you're fine.
Counselor.
No, not indulgement. This, okay, this takes a little bit of moment to analyze this, all right? Because one of the things that I'm proposing is that we consider rules to eliminate ambiguity. I understand the whole concept of making rules that in the end end up, tying your shoestrings of your shoes together, So, but whenever you can identify a situation that you can potentially eliminate a lot of ambiguity, be able to set things clear for the district staff, but not only that, but to have a potential of changing how business is done in a way that can involve the elected officials or the school district, to have an input and say on things that are of strategic matters. You have to consider that. This is not a rule just to simply to go ahead and add just some extra burden that somebody doesn't want to have. The option should be there, but most important, the direction to the district has to be there. All right. Otherwise, Mr. Tacker, you're going to end up having this conversation again in the future. Correct. Everybody else here as well, unless you're lucky. And I want to eliminate luck out of the way. I want to eliminate the question of the district as to whether or not we should do this or not. There's going to be a rule, and it's going to say this is the kind of item that you need to get the board involved pre-RFP. If they want to go ahead and for this particular one say that they want to be in a selection committee, then you have it all up front, so that when we get to the stage, everybody is satisfied that wants to be satisfied, and how their input goes into a project of this magnitude. So, I was just afraid that once Wheeler got done, says, okay, we're not going to explore this rule. But on the other hand, I heard Mr. Weishire, direct Mr. Boyd to kind of go ahead and start thinking about this. So which way are we going to go here?
Well, let's get some clarity on that. Board, just by head nod, is everybody wanting Mr. Boyd to, or
Yes.
Superintendent direct, whichever staff person you deem appropriate to move forward with working on some rule drafting? Mr. Booth saying yes, Thacker yes, Soto yes, obviously, Wheeler.
I'm interested in seeing it, but I don't want that to take away from the other important legislative duties you're doing right now. I mean, right now, that's the.
I'm sure he could do the job.
Sure. Okay, so I think you have what the board's looking for here. Let's come up with something very simple that provides some framework for these type of instances. Superintendent, I'll come to you at this point as well. Your light's on.
Yes. That is because soon there will be another presentation, and all board members have been invited in regards to the
Yes.
website. Okay? So I want to make sure that we're doing it the way you want it done. Because what we were planning on having, I believe, was just the final one. Is that correct, Dana? So if that's not what you want, and you want all three of the top candidates, were there three? Jay, thank you.
Well, hasn't it already gone to the?
Stacy, can you?
Yeah, we've already moved past that portion.
Okay, so we're just sharing information then, this time?
Right, with this one that we just talked about, it's actually coming to the board tonight for approval. That's different from the one for the website. The website came to you guys, and you guys approved School Messenger / Reliance already, so now it's just them presenting to you. So
Okay.
You've already passed that stage.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that we were going in the right direction, and I'm hoping that all the board members will try to attend that so that if there are questions.
Wednesday morning?
The 14th?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Stacy.
I think it's important, Melba, you already know this, but we have a new board, and each board has its own flavor and direction and guidance and input and talents, and so that's where we are now. We have a board that rightly so wants to be engaged and involved in different aspects of it. I know it makes it challenging for you and your staff to manage that, but at the same time, I know you welcome that because you want the board to be informed, you want us to be engaged, and I think that's important for the board to know as well, that I don't think it by any stretch there's any desire or intention for the board not to be in these things. It's just the district's moving forward as the district has been moving forward under direction of the previous board that I sat on and boards that I didn't sit on here. And the new board is saying, as these things come up, let's engage us a little bit more. So I think it's just good, and you hear the direction.
And I appreciate it, and so does the staff. We want your input, we really do.
Even Mr. Booth, right? I want Mr. Booth. I want Mr. Booth. So
I would like to be a part of this process going forward.
exactly.
Seminole process?
All right, so board, that does complete letter L. It brings us down to letter O under business and finance. So what is your pleasure, board, on letter O?
I'll move for approval with
Second.
discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Thacker with a second by Mr. Wheeler. Discussion, Mr. Thacker.
My only question on this, Todd, and I spoke to you about it earlier today, and when I went through the packet, my concern is the contract itself was not in the packet. My concern is we got a thing that's doing DOT and drug testing, and we're at the same conversation, we're having a clinic that's gonna do all that for us. I wanna make sure our contract has an out clause.
It has a 90 days.
Okay.
Does that satisfy that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's smart. Good question. Board, any discussion on this item? Nope. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, just for clarification, that does move us through all the items under business and finance and brings us down to facilities.
Motion to approve items R through V as submitted.
Thank you, Board. There's a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Soto on the approval of letters R through V under facilities. Board, any discussion on these items? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion does carry 5-0. Board, school support services.
Motion to approve item W as submitted.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Wheeler with a second by Mr. Thacker, correct? Yep.
Yes.
On the approval, you're fine. On the approval of letter W under school support services, any discussion, Board? All those in favor, please indicate by stating aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion does carry 5-0. Board, as you'll recall, we moved our information items down to this point in our agenda, and so,
Can I ask, we take maybe a 5-minute recess before we start the information items?
yeah, we can do that.
Bring
So
your
we'll-
dinner back there?
yeah, We'll stand recess at
dinner
this
back?
time for 5 minutes.
Not in 5 minutes.
Can you call it?
paid for them.
Okay, so we will reconvene our board meeting at this time. And Superintendent does bring us to our information items. Your first one is student achievement with a presentation from your leadership team.
That is correct. 2 weeks ago, you know, we had the principals here and they spoke about several of the initiatives. They went over progress monitoring, professional development, student achievement in general. So today, what we're doing is we're aligning our strategic plan. Do you all have your strategic plan? Were they distributed?
Oh, was it here?
There. You should have them.
Is it in my Shazam picture? No, right here,
It's under Shazam.
I see it.
Okay, good, thank you. So you have your strategic plan, and what we're doing is we're taking those initiatives that were discussed 2 weeks ago and aligning the initiatives, the strategic plan, and the data. So as staff is going through this, they will be mentioning some of the numbers. And everything has to do with goal number 1, student achievement. So the 3 of them, well, and Matt as well, the 4 of them have been working diligently, and actually the directors as well, so we appreciate them. Thank you so much for being out there. A lot of work has gone into this, and the reason I asked for you to move it to the end of the board meeting is because we had anticipated maybe just 10 to 15 minutes, but after going through all of the data, we know it's going to be a little longer. So thank you for doing that. And we have the 3 assistant superintendents who are about to begin.
Good afternoon. We really appreciate the opportunity, both myself, Mr. Allen, and Dr. Bresendine, to come together and talk about student achievement. We will be trying to really go over the strategic plan in terms of the current progress that we've made on it. One of the things that Ms. Luciana wanted to make sure that I tied together with this was that the strategic plan is actually driven by the grades document that we receive at the end of the year. In other words, the things that we strategically plan on would be to improve the school grades, if that makes sense. So everything in here, in this document, really is about the way we were going to improve our district as a whole. And tonight, as the 3 of us go through there, I've had the opportunity to talk to some of y'all about just the strategic plan or different metrics with it as we've gone throughout the year. It's really important that we're able to tie the strategic plan back to improving school grades. And since the high school grades were the most recent to come out and probably fresh on our memory, Ms. Luciana thought that maybe that one would be the one that sometimes we would reference back and forth as we go through here. The other thing that I think is really important and mindful to realize is that while the 3 of us stand up here before you and we'll go over the metrics and talk about what we've been doing, please realize that there's 58,000 students in this school district, thousands upon thousands of employees that work to implement this. So tonight we will be reporting out on the progress, but it's not just the work of the 3 of us. It's really the work from the bus driver to the food and nutrition to the school teacher to the aide to the principal. It's everybody moving together, pulling on the rope in the same direction. And it's really our honor to be able to report out and represent these individuals. So I just wanted to make sure that we appreciate everybody's effort, and it's just not the 3 of us as we work together. So as we go and start through it, on slide number 1, in the first part of the strategic plan, 1A, if you'll look at it right here, deals with expanding and our career and technical programs. So in this document itself, on the left-hand side are the strategies, and on the right-hand side is going to tell us where we're at or our current progress within the strategic planning process and implementation this year. So when we're looking down the left-hand side, the strategies that we talked about for improving our career and technical programs, we're opening TICO East and West, putting in gaming and digital design at Celebration High School, strengthening gaming at Point Siena High School in Harmony, adding hospitality at OHS, strengthening agri-science at Harmony, opening a business academy at St. Cloud. All of those strategies have been fully implemented. That's what we're proud to report on tonight. Yes, sir.
You want us to ask questions as you're going through, or you want us to wait till the end?
Ms. Luciano.
I would prefer you wait till the.
Okay, that's fine, that's why I'm asking.
If you can, please reference back or put a note out to the side, that way we can come right back to the direct slide. Thank you, Mr. Wheeler, for asking that. The piece of data that I cannot report out on tonight is the number of industry certifications. Those numbers come in at the end of June, 1st of July. It's very late data that comes in. But every time we meet with our high schools, we actually ask, how are you doing with this? How are we doing with the assessment? Are we on track and target? So all the strategies have been implemented. We're now waiting to make sure that the data continues to improve with the industry certification. Okay? The next slide. This particular slide here deals with 1C. This has to do with 1C. And on this particular strategy here, what we're trying to do is improve college and career readiness. This slide right here is what we often refer to our thermometer slide. And when you're looking down through here, the blue data for each one of our schools is last year at this point. The red data points are going to be what our current status is at each school. So for this particular data slide, we're actually looking at March data last year to March data this year. And as you can see, we've put a lot of emphasis on this to make sure all of our high school seniors have a post-secondary plan. This time last year, the district average for a senior having a post-secondary plan was 16%. Right now, it's 53%. I'm very proud of the efforts of our high schools with this. This will move and help our seniors be prepared, looking at colleges, looking at post-secondary options. And as we move forward, our goal with this one is to have 100% of our seniors, when they walk across the stage, to have a post-secondary plan. Again, this is the efforts of our high school principals, counselors, and career specialists working with each one of our seniors, so I'm real proud of that one. The next slide deals with ACT. As you know, a big emphasis for us is to increase the post-secondary going to colleges and universities. So what we wanted to do is start tracking the number of 3, 4s, and 5 juniors who were taking the ACT. So last year at the end of the summer in June, we looked at the number of juniors that had taken the ACT. That was 596. Our goal for this year is 650. Currently, when we pulled the data out of focus, there was 234. Now, if you are not familiar with it, you might become a little bit alarmed about the number, but actually for our juniors, our biggest administrations are going to be our June and April administrations. These are the students in June and April that will be applying, going to those four-year universities. So we're actually, I believe, right on target for where we should be in this process with the ACT. Again, we're going to start putting a lot more emphasis as we talk about next year's strategic plan, and making sure and ensuring that each 3, 4, and 5 go ahead and take that ACT earlier and get that on in. So we're moving the bar on that one and making sure that we're tracking. Okay? Under D, if you'll go down to letter D, we're talking about improving academic achievement within the English, language arts, and reading in high schools. Okay, now, so if you're trying to tie this back to your high school grade sheet and you're looking at it, what we're doing here is actually trying to improve reading. That's one of our standalone categories last year. Looking at that lower quartile, making sure it's moving forward. And then looking as we go forward, how does that affect FSA? And Dr. Bresendine will get into that a little bit more. So we're putting a lot of emphasis in looking at this with the STAR license at high school. We only had 1,100 licenses that were utilized last year in the high schools. This year we bumped it up. Already we've had 600 students that have taken the STAR. What we're doing is actually using this with our students that are level 1s and 2s in our intensive reading classes to monitor progress. So I think we've done a really good job at implementing this. Again, this is to move that area of reading within the high school. Okay? Achieve 3000. Where STAR is a progress monitoring, Achieve 3000 is actually an instructional strategy. With this one, what we're trying to do here is getting our English language arts R classes, which are heavy with reading, and also our other academic areas to use Achieve 3000. Achieve 3000 is a program by which we can access Lexile level text, and the students can actually work on them, take tests on them. We wanted to really beef that up. Last year, we had 3,400 students that had worked in this, that had accessed it at the high school level last year. This year, we're up to almost 6,000 with this. We're really proud of the movement with this one also. And again, this speaks to the implementation within the high schools, the high school principals, the reading coaches, and our reading and language arts teachers. Okay, now where one of the slide before monitored the number of license, this particular slide actually talks about what about the implementation with fidelity. So when you're looking at Achieve 3000, one of the things you want to be able to do is how many articles per week are you doing? The goal is to have 40 per year, but when we're monitoring this progress, when we go to our reflective visits, we're actually looking at it with principals at how many of your students are doing more than one activity per week. Last year, only 2,200 at this time had done one activity per week. This year at the high schools, we're up to 4,700. Again, this offers the opportunity for a teacher and a student to be working on a Lexile level that's on their level. Lisette can be reading one, I can be reading a different level, Mr. Allen can be reading a different level, but it all be the same text. It's a wonderful program for promoting reading.
Can we just stop for a moment? Because, Michael, I think you've done 3 of them that have quite a bit of information.
Sure.
And this may be a good time to have board ask questions.
Commissioner Thacker.
EJ?
You did.
You did, go
Right,
ahead.
Millicent.
Oh, boy. The last couple that you were on there, Dr.
Yes, sir.
Go back to slide 5. That one. I see that, obviously, it looks impressive, 6 times more have taken used the STAR. Do we know that there is improvement there?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure how to ask a question.
And we'll show you that.
Okay.
Mr. Thacker, you're asking a really, really good question. There's 2 points to implementing a new program. One is, are we actually utilizing and accessing it? The other is, what's the fidelity of implementation? So this is 2 parts to the implementation. This gets us using it. The next part we'll say is how effective it is to improving student achievement. So yes, thank you for asking. The first goal was to get it utilized in the high schools because we really believed that it was going to be a great progress monitoring for level 1s and 2 reading at the high school. Great question.
Mr. Wheeler?
We got a few questions. Going back to 1A,
Yes, sir.
strengthening gaming at Poinciana and Harmony High School. What does that mean?
Okay, Mr. Wheeler, great question. What the deal was, they already had a gaming program in place. What we did, though, is, we worked with Carnegie Mellon through EA and actually brought in Zulama programming. In other words, this gave them another tool in their toolbox to actually work with their students. And it's been a great tool to put in there because now it's through that Zulama curriculum that the kids just aren't thinking about just the programming in, but they're getting the depth and breadth of what it takes to actually go through the process of storyboarding, planning out, and going through it. So they already had the programs, we just added to it
Okay.
through Zulama.
Strengthening agri-science at Harmony High School. What does that mean?
Harmony High School last year had a position. They were having trouble getting a teacher in it during the year. They had it before. And as you know, both at Harmony and OHS, I really believe that those particular high schools, their wheelhouse can have a successful ag program there. It will look different at both of those high schools, but they have it. There's no reason why Harmony couldn't have a flourishing FFA ag type program that will look with farm and animals. Over at OHS, we want it to look with like turf grass management. We want to have a greenhouse over there. 2 different programs, 2 different high schools. It's still under that ag
So
science.
does that mean hiring a teacher? Is that what strengthening it means?
That was only part of it. My expectation is that you be able to go down there and you be able to tell when you walk on the back of that campus that it has an ag program at it. And that's that. They have a great animal science program, but you should be able to walk in the back of that campus and know that ag is taking place there. So
Okay,
that's the
so
strengthening part.
Does that mean, number 1, they've hired the teachers?
Yes, sir. They've been able to really, they got a great teacher and they're working to just get everything going back down.
Okay. Then going down, still on 1A, increasing the number of industry certifications. Explain to me when somebody gets these certifications, what we're doing or what's happening relative to job placement. Because
Yes, sir.
that's the idea, I would think.
Actually, that's part of it. When you're looking at industry certification, it goes to that post-secondary plan. And this is one of the points that we talked about it the other day. I think as we look at next year's strategic plan, Right now, we're capturing post-secondary plans, but what Mr. Wheeler is saying is, why don't we take and connect that post-secondary plan, see what their industry certification is, or what their program of study in high school is, and then take the next step and say, are you getting the job there? The problem with getting the job there is it's going to be some self-reported data. We haven't worked the logistics out on that one yet, but I agree that we need to be tracking that. I've just got to figure that one out.
Well, I guess an exit interview or something like that.
We do that. Every senior does an exit interview, but again, that's going to be a self-reported data piece when they walk across the stage. I need a self-reported data piece about 6 months or a year out. But I agree with you. We can do that, but we just got to figure out the mechanisms within the technology that we need.
Going to 1C, scholarships. I'm curious how we're doing at each school on a per student basis, how that compares to the rest of the state, how does that compare to the surrounding districts? And, you know, I mean, for instance,
Right.
I remember years ago being at a Celebration K through 12 graduation, and they got, for 60 students, they got like $4.5 million. And then I was at Osceola High School, and for 500 students, they got $2 million. And they were both real proud of their achievement,
Right.
but you're sitting in both presentations, you think, well, they don't, you know, Celebration, what they know, they don't in Osceola.
So one of the things that I would say on that there would be some metrics in here that as we move forward with next year that you would want to capture. We actually have that data point, the scholarships that are being obtained by each high school. But in this particular strategic plan, that metric isn't being asked as a measurement point for a strategy. So as we go forward, anything like that that we think we need to build into next year's strategic plan, if we're going to move that area, we can do that. I don't have the data for you right now. I agree that we need to look at it, but it's not a metric or measurement in the strategic plan.
Okay, and also on 1C, you know, you referenced the ACT. Let's talk about that. How are our results trending? Up, down? How do we compare on a national bit versus the national average? How do we compare versus the state average? How do we compare versus surrounding districts?
Yes, sir. And again, in the strategic plan, those metrics and measurements aren't qualities or quantified that we're intending to measure the success this year. Now, if you as a board and us as a group of leadership say we need to move that needle and start tracking it, then we need to build it into the 15-16 strategic plan.
You got to know from a comparative basis how you're doing against your competition, so to speak. I mean,
Don't disagree with you at all. But again, the strategic plan, when we're looking at it, we actually identify the strategies we're going to implement, what we're going to move forward, and how we're going to measure that success. And if we want to build that in, we can do that, but it would need to be on the 15-16 one.
Why?
Because the board's already approved this one.
Mr. Wheeler, during the conversation with the group, I think this came up before, and it was very specific to this particular strategic plan, and we did discuss the fact that this board, with the amount of input that you want and deserve to have, that it would change next year's strategic plan. So some of these things that you are mentioning right now may have not been placed in this year's current plan, but it will be placed in the next year's current plan, and then we will have discussion when we have our next meeting in regards to the 15-16 plan.
It's tough when you don't have comparative data. It's real tough to measure.
But Jay, that was not here in our strategic plan.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think it's Lisette's turn.
Dr. President.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening. I would like to give your attention to 1D, number 1, letter D, I'm sorry, and that I think takes us to the goal that talks about our district results on statewide test, and this is the item that was referenced by Dr. Akes. What we do all year long is we monitor where our students started and where they are going. And this close monitoring takes place 4 times a year. One of the things that I want to commend everyone that's here is for allowing us to go forward last year and adopt a new program called Renaissance Star, which allows us to monitor students. This first slide addresses actually the little e under 1E.
which is all about quarterly progress monitoring. And we do that with this STAR assessment. I explained that STAR, what it really does is informs the teacher. That's the primary purpose for this program. It informs the teacher of how he or she can adjust or modify the instruction for individual students, small groups of students, or the entire class as the students progress throughout the year. The second thing that this allows us to do is to look at aggregate reports that may be able to give us information and compare one school to another so that we can leverage our resources in a way that is smart. And we provide support to those schools that may need more support than others, or provide support from one school to another depending on where the needs are. If one school has a support structure that has proven to be successful, then we might borrow some of those ideas, share them, and provide those cross visits that we've talked about before. The third thing that this allows us to do is at certain points, we can use it to predict where we will be in the statewide assessment. Right now, I am sharing with you strictly the growth that students have been making from the beginning of the year to the most recent administration, and this is for every grade level in the elementary school. So this fulfills one of the strategic plan goals, which is to monitor students quarterly. And again, if you see that the trend is in each grade level from baseline to progress monitoring number 3, which just was completed in March, our students are trending upward, which is a good place to be. So progress is being made in the area of math on this particular slide. The next slide is going to show you where 1st through 5th grade students started and where they were during the progress monitoring 3, again, completed in March, for reading. One of the things that changed drastically this year with our new FSA assessment, the Florida Standards Assessment, is that we are not going to have an isolated reading score. It's called English Language Arts. And so this is a portion of that score that we will see when grades come out for individual students and for each of our schools. Again, we're happy to see that there is an uptick in every grade level as far as progress, and this is what we want to see. The next slide, again looking at all grade levels, writing is no longer a standalone area for our statewide assessments. It is incorporated in the way that the calculation of ELA, or English Language Art, scores will be reported out. Our teachers felt very pressured, but I want to say that I am very proud of what they have accomplished this year with our new writing test, which is a mock test. It's called the Osceola Writes. This test allows teachers to learn how to use the rubric, to learn how to administer the new prompts that I think some of you saw at one of the presentations recently, and how different they look. The teachers had very little turnaround time because these prompts and the way that they were scored were really shared in October. That's when we had a full understanding of what these rubrics are going to look like. We saw that students were not too sure about writing at the beginning of the year, and if you'll notice, there are 3 trend lines, and that's because there is no composite score in the new portion of the ELA assessment that's called writing. One of the areas is going to score elaboration, and that's a 4-point rubric. Another area is purpose, focus, and organization. That's another 4-point rubric. And conventions is a 2-point rubric. These are scored separately. And from the beginning of the year, in the fall, when the students were first assessed to the spring, we are seeing that students are gaining ground in writing. Well, for the statewide assessment, we actually only have 2 grade levels in elementary schools that will be assessed or have been assessed on the FSA writing. That assessment took place in March, and that's 4th and 5th grade. So the next slide, we've isolated just the 2 tests, the 2 grades that will be tested, and this is where they started in the fall in each of those areas that are going to be scored for the FSA writing. And as you can see, there was growth made in the spring when we last administered the Osceola rights before the actual FSA rights took place. And now Mr. Allen is going to share similar data with you about middle school.
Lisette, before you go, just a quick question on what you shared there. The
Yes.
growth is marked. Is it sufficient, do you think? Are we trending in an upward direction that's sufficient enough to reach the benchmarks that we're talking about and we're looking for? What are your thoughts there?
With a more in-depth analysis that we've done with math and reading, writing is the unknown right now. And we don't know how writing is going to play a role in the calculation of an ELA score. So knowing that reading alone is not going to be reported out, we have made more growth this year, and we are about 6% higher than we were last year overall in 1st through 8th grade for reading. For math, we actually started the scores much higher, and for elementary, we ended up 6% higher than we were at the beginning of the year.
Right, and I was looking at that on your
Mhm.
comment section here as well.
Yes.
And I guess looking at the assessment, STAR assessment as well in math, I guess is part of that question as well.
Yes.
I'm just looking for a comfort level from everyone, say, yeah, we feel like we're doing good, or hey, we're doing good, but we have some concerns. And I understand the one
Right.
component's missing, but I'm just kind of looking for a, yeah, we're doing well, but, or hey, we're banging it out of the park.
It's interesting you would ask that because I asked the same question.
Right.
I sat with them in going over this data and actually said at one point, are you sure this is right? Are you absolutely sure this is right? And I asked you. And they said, yes, absolutely. So the trend is looking very good. We don't know in the end, but no one does of the 67 districts. No one knows what this calculation is going to look like. But what we are seeing is that the children are doing better this year. So with the professional development that we have provided our teachers, both with math and literacy, we believe that it's making a difference.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, it is an unknown, and I do want to say that the teachers are working very hard in learning the standards, and as well as the students. And we continue to use this data to inform principals, and they use it to inform teachers as well as students to provide that ongoing modification and adjustments to instruction, which sometimes takes place in the form of after-school tutoring, during school tutoring, before school tutoring, small group instruction during class.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so if you take a look at the next slide, it represents grades 6 through 8 from STAR Math, and it's the same stair-step continuation that you've seen from elementary. However, I do want to bring your attention to grade 8 with mathematics, because this has come up before with the board. They start at a lower spot, but as you can see, their growth, the substantial growth there. We have to always keep in mind that about a third of our 8th grade students aren't going to be represented in this cell because we have accelerated them into Algebra 1 and they aren't STAR tested. So our top performing math students are void from this data set.
Are the top performing 7th graders in the 7th grade model you've got there?
Say it again.
So going backwards in the 7th and 6th grade, are those top performing math students in both of those cells?
The 6th grade, yes. The 7th grade, we've actually, and this will come up later, but we have accelerated many of our 7th graders into algebra this year. So the first year we've done it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the next slide represents STAR reading, and this is more indicative of the progression that we would anticipate and that we desire. Okay. And similarly to the graphs that Dr. Brizendine shared with you, this is the 6th through 8th grade writing data. And once again, we're seeing the same trend from elementary through high school. The growth makes us feel optimistic.
Good. Okay, as Mr. Allen alluded to, when you get into the upper level middle school courses or into high school, STAR and who you're STAR testing or progress monitoring for different reasons is going to look different. I'm very proud that the high school, the STAR reading is continuing on an upward trend. So Mr. Thacker, you had asked him, well, how are we doing? When we're looking at this is continuing to go up, but what you got to realize is this is the lower quartile at high schools. This is level 1s and low level 2s. So the only students that we're STAR testing at high school is going to be the students that are in intensive reading. And again, that shows that our teachers are continuing to move those students forward, and I'm proud of those results. The next one, this is going to be our Osceola rights. And again, what we're looking here is you still have the 3 different areas, which is new for us this year. And you'll see that the trend is still continuing to go up. And again, I think like Dr. Brizendine and Mr. Allen alluded to begin with, both students and teachers, we were struggling with those different areas within the rubrics. But as the teachers continuing to work with the students, it's really continuing to move forward. And I think within the conventions area, we're moving forward. But again, at the high school, the conventions, it's going to be graded pretty rigorous with the grammar and punctuation in that. So again, both of those are moving forward. Lower quartile STAR reading, this is the Osceola rights, the unknown factor. And Dr. Brizendine and Mr. Allen both said that is we do not know how those are going to be combined for an ELA FSA score. We just know that they will be combined. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to call your attention to 1G at this time. In this goal, our efforts are concentrated on decreasing the academic achievement gap between ELL and general education students. And our goal was to decrease this by 2%. If you see the latter part of that sentence. Several strategies are listed, including the expansion of dual language and piloting sheltered English programs at several schools. I know that many of you were here when Dalia Medina presented the overview of how our sheltered instruction and dual language programs have been expanded. So what does the data tell us? We looked at all ELL students, which represent 10,598 active ESOL students in our district. And even though they're not at the level of all students, we noticed that their gap was at 25% between at the beginning of the year, and it has trended down to 23%. So at this time, we are meeting the 2% gap closing for the ELL and general L students in the area of reading. On the next slide, we look at how well did we do in our math. Math started out with a 22% gap between the ELL students and all students, and at this time, we've actually closed the gap, and it is 3% lower at 19%. So this is 1st through 8th. We do not have the reading and math STAR given to all high school students, so the metric didn't exist for us to do a comparison. So that's what we have on these graphs. So it's obvious that our efforts are making an impact on the achievement gap and closing that achievement gap between ELL students and general education students. And we continue to explore and expand ways to make this happen. Thank you.
Dr. Phillips, if you will, go back to the star reading or the star math, the 1 through 8. Yeah, the 1 through 8. Go on back. Go on back. No, come on back. That'll be fine right there. Okay. What Ms. Ballard is passing out, in high school, we progress monitor or assess where we're at using quarterly assessments. I'm going to give you a chance just to kind of look at that first one, and then I'll explain to you why you won't get a graph like this with high school at this point. Okay? When we're looking, I'll give you a minute to look at it. What you're looking at, the first one, if y'all kind of stay with me, is the U.S. History third quarter quarterly exam that were given to every student in U.S. History. You'll notice that the exam had 40 questions on it.
Grades?
Every student that's in U.S. History.
Okay, there's no grade.
Mr. Wheeler, that's a great question because I could have 10th graders or I could have a 12th grader in there.
It's just high school.
This just high school. Okay. So what you have here is you got an assessment that's a quarterly assessment with 40 questions on it. Okay, and what you're looking at there is an item analysis for this test. So on question number 1, when you're looking across there, you'll see that the correct choice was number 2, and that 73% of the students got it correctly. Does that make sense for question 1? Okay, there's 2 really important factors on the right-hand side that I need to explain to you, and then you'll understand why you're not going to have a graph at this time for high school. On the right-hand side, there's 2 columns. One says a difficulty factor, and one says a discrimination index. And you may want to note just there on the side of your paper, the discrimination index on the right-hand side of it is a scale between -1 and 1. -1 and 1. And ideally, when you're looking at the discrimination index, you would want that above a 0.2 on a question. I'll come and explain a little bit more what that means. And on the difficulty factor, it's actually a factor, but it's a scale between 0 and 1. And the closer you get to 0, the more difficult a question is. So what's been done, if I can have your attention up here for just a minute. When you're looking at star results up here, this is a company that has an N value, or the number of assessments that they give is 500,000 to 1 million students. The number is really, really large. And they've gone through a process where they have vetted their test and questions. So when you're looking at their assessments, every one of their questions will be in the range that it should be. When you turn the page on the next page, you're going to see a really, really important factor on the back that says reliability. When you're dealing with testing, validity and reliability is really, really important. And this is one of the questions, this is one of the tests that we put together, and you can see the reliability factor for this one is 0.77. So the closer you get to 1 with this is really good.
Excuse me, is this AP?
No, sir. No, sir. This is every one of these would be every student in U.S. history, every student in algebra, every student in geometry, every student in biology. Okay? So when you're looking at these, you can get lost real quick, but there's a couple of things I want y'all to realize. Is that our assessment department, working with our district resource teachers and our district and our teachers at the school, work to create these exams. And they're getting the questions from the item bank test bank through the state. But what we got to realize is this is really the first iteration of us working at third quarter with some of these standards. The biology standards didn't change. So as you can see, the reliability factor is very high. It's 0.7, almost 0.8. But what you will notice is some of these questions, based on the range that I described, really, when you vet a test out, you would take those out of what you would look at. So in a nutshell, it's this. I can't give you a % proficient on this because the proper vetting hadn't taken place yet. So what we would do is we'd go through here, and we've worked on this we worked on Algebra 2 last night with district teachers and said, okay, based on these indices, we need to take these questions out and we need to rethink that next time we get it next year. The problem is I can't refigure the calculations on the test given the data system we have right now. In other words, I can't take these questions out and tell you, okay, I've got 60% students proficient on this. We didn't realize when we got to this point, when we started asking the data system to do this, that it wouldn't do that. So Janine Jarvis and Leah are both working with our data system. We've made that request, but still this is a very, very powerful piece of information if you're looking at it from a teacher standpoint. What we've done in high school on all of these EOC areas is at mid-year we gathered with a group of district teachers across from every school. U.S. History had a group, Algebra had a group, Algebra 2 had a group, and Biology. Last night was Algebra 2, tomorrow will actually be Algebra. So they'll actually look at these results and they'll say, how did we do? So on question 1, it deals with standard 9.12A6. Well, it looks like 73% of them look like they're doing pretty good, but we also realize it's a little bit of an easier question. So they're actually looking at their curriculum maps and driving instruction with this. It's not intended to predict the outcome for an EOC. You'll take your curriculum map, you'll look at the standards that we did real good on, and then you'll say, okay, our students are not doing good on this, adjust your curriculum map, and then revisit the standards based on this that you're not doing well on. This drives instruction. I don't have the reliability, validity factor that STAR has. Within 2 or 3 iterations of this, we'd be able to do that. But right now, we're not able to do that. So I could pop up a graph, but it wouldn't be valid, it would not be reliable, and it'd be a misrepresentation. But I got to tell you, the positive thing about this is this. Really, the power's in the process. This is our second time to gather teachers from each one of these schools at night to look at it. Last night we did it. I think every high school was represented. Each time we've been doing, in other words, these are teachers coming in at night with our resource teachers saying, let me see how my school's doing and what can we do better. And every school, just about every time, has been represented. Then they take the data back, drive instruction with it, and it's really been a very strong process that I'm proud to see taking root within our district, using this data to drive instruction. I know that's a lot, so if you got any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer.
I would just point out that was a great explanation at the end that I think helped clarify the value of the information.
The reliability factor that you pointed out, does that pretty much correlate to the reliability factor of EOCs, or are they more reliable?
No. The question that I understand you're asking, Mr. Wheeler, is compare the reliability factor for a state EOC to an assessment that I would create or that the teachers would create the first time. Nowhere are we even anywhere in comparison. In other words, every time they do a new EOC, they actually vet those items out with high schools the year before. In other words, they'll have 100,000 kids do it just for funsies the first year, vet them out, and then they'll say, keep this one, take that one out. And based on these 2 factors, they can tell whether an item should be in there or not. Great question. But the end value they have is literally hundreds of thousands of kids to do the trial run.
Yes, one of the other questions I would have is for you, Dr. Hicks, specifically. Are you talking to your counterparts in Orange and Brevard and Polk and just, just because maybe you're doing something they can learn from, they're doing something you can, I'm just curious, is there any of that cross-pollination, for lack of a better term, going on?
Yes, we are talking to them, but I got to tell you, our data system, what Angela and Janine put together, our resource teachers working together to create the curriculum maps, with the working together with our counterparts here, our curriculum being mapped out, our pacing check at each one of these high schools paired with this piece is one of the tightest that I've ever seen for as driving instruction. I'm really big on this, and I know I don't want to belabor the point. I do not want to give an assessment that doesn't mean anything to teachers and students. I really don't. This assessment, my goal for this is that it go in a teacher's grade book as a chapter test. And when I work with my teachers and I get input from them, they feel that it's valued, and then they start to drive instruction. This is not taking place in many other counties throughout this state. And I think it's unique because of really the relationship we built with our schools and our teachers, and they're coming. You know, let's have a PD on a Saturday and have 200 teachers show up to work on the curriculum for elementary. It has to do with the commitment of our teachers and the relationship we've built with them. This is not taking place to this level. They may give an assessment, but they don't use it to drive instruction like we're doing.
You know, I think one of the other things, I mean, and I, just off the top of my head, because I see it, I deal with a lot of kids. The IB kids, you don't have to worry about, those kids won't. But a lot of high school kids, they don't, I mean, they're not studying for tests. I think they need to be. And I realize that, you know, it's not anybody's fault necessarily. It's probably as much at home, but it'd be nice if the you know, I don't know if the teacher's not saying don't study, but, you know, drill it into these kids that you need to study for a test.
Well, there's two pieces of that. Based on the new standards, it's not going to be rote memorization and drilling. When we look at these questions, these students have to be able to think, so the difficulty factor is going to be way up there. So the classrooms have to look different, the teaching looks different, and I'm getting the eye from Ms. Luciana.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay. All right, I'm really proud of this next slide. We've worked diligently to increase the number of acceleration options in our middle schools this year. And I'm proud to bring these numbers to you, board. We know through research that acceleration increases student achievement. We've known this for 60 years. There are some kids, Dr. Akes has said it the best I've ever heard it, there are some kids where we absolutely just got to get the systems out of their way so that we can push them and engage them and challenge them where the system may not have been in place before. As you know, we've had for many years in this district the acceleration options of physical science honors in middle school and Algebra 1 honors in middle school. This year we've expanded that. We've brought in biology for 8th grade students. We brought in several schools, and next year we'll expand even more, geometry honors in 8th grade. And then again, for select students in 7th grade, it is appropriate, and we put in place this year for Algebra 1 honors in 7th grade and physical science honors in 7th grade. Okay. All right, in addition to that, in the last couple of years, we have worked to have an acceleration pathway during the summer for 8th to 9th grade students. During the summer, they go to their home-zoned high school. So they actually have taken geometry, and we're talking about specifically Celebration High School and OXA right now, and we're looking to expand this year. But we've increased the number of students who went through that acceleration pathway from 33 to 49 from 2013 to 2014. Dr. Akes and I are committed to expanding that this coming year and years to come.
So along those same lines, you take that same group of students and you take into account one of the initiatives that Mr. Wheeler brings up from time to time is the dual enrollment. And this is actually our efforts with dual enrollment this year. So when we're looking at it, last year we had 877 students take dual enrollment courses. This year we have 911. We open up those two other avenues this coming year. I'm going to be really excited to see that needle move even more. So really taking that group from middle school that Mr. Allen will have prepared, that Lisette's been working with to move to him, we'll move them on up into dual enrollment sooner and quicker in high school. So we're excited about that.
You know how many of those students are actually getting their AAs? Before they leave high school?
I don't, Jay, but I tell you, I'm with you, and I want to start counting that. And you know my goal, I'll tell you, when I'm happy about it, is when I graduate a kid from high school that's got their bachelor's degree and ready to go on to grad school somewhere. Then I've accelerated the student. And like Mr. Allen said, I've gotten out of the gifted student's way, and the system no longer impedes progress. We can do that one day. We'll be able to do it.
Okay, we're going to jump down to 1K and also jump down to 4-year-olds. I'd like to share with you, our goal was to increase the number of student slots from 1,100 to 1,300 in this year. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. One of the reasons being that our schools are experiencing growth, and the classrooms that were normally used for VPK are no longer available. We've been very lucky through the efforts of our Mr. Phelps and some of you on the leadership team to open up an additional outside VPK site at the Mark Durbin Community Park, which allotted us 36 student slots. And we've had an ongoing agreement with the city of Kissimmee already at Chambers Parks, which gives us 74 student slots. And I look forward to working with a team that is now working on finding more classrooms for these students, because VPK is very important to us, and it has to start at that age for students to be well prepared.
How many students in the entire county are on VPK? I know this is what we've got, how many, countywide, all the providers?
That includes the private providers. I don't have that statistic, because that's not reported to us, but I can research that for you.
The state will give us the information.
The state may have that, yes. We just need space.
No, we had this conversation.
Yes, we have.
So there's more demand right now for than the space that we have for people.
Exactly, exactly.
How, right, can you just share what are the challenges for us being able to provide the space in order to enroll more children into this VPK?
Well, the classrooms typically allotted to the VPK program in our schools are being used for kindergarten through 5th grade students. We even have some VPK programs in high schools. But it's still, it isn't always available because the regular grade levels are filling up those classrooms.
And I wanted to share that they have their own budget. So in reality, even if they got a portable or something like that, they'd have to find money for that. So that becomes another issue. They don't have the funding. They only have funding for resources and professional development, but they would not be able to pay for their own
Mel, I have a
portables.
question for you.
Uh-huh.
On VPK, could we potentially, and just listen, could we potentially have it at a high school as a CTE program where we're training these high school
And
students?
that's exactly how it
Already.
works. So that's exactly how it works.
Yeah, we have them.
Okay.
And Liberty.
Poinciana did years ago, Poinciana did, they need the room now for students.
I was just going to comment, this for me is an interesting one. I understand the concern with capacity, and that is what it is. But for me, in an ideal world, we would need less and less VPK and would have more and more parents engaged in that component of preparing their students to enter kindergarten. I know the superintendent and I had a conversation just recently about the number of students that actually prepared to enter kindergarten and the gaps that exist there.
Yes.
And so this is, for me, is kind of one of those interesting philosophical things where I understand that we want to expand it to help the bridge the gap that exists, but at the same time, as we bridge that gap, we almost create a mechanism by which less and less parents may be taking on that personal responsibility themselves and taking ownership of that component of making sure their students are learning and prepared to enter kindergarten. Just again, I guess, from a 30,000-foot view is, there comes a point in the continuum of care and education that we provide. I always talk about parent involvement being so important, and we know that that's a key piece for what should be happening in our school district. But we also know that that also is a key piece in the early years of these children's lives. And if they're not getting that, we're helping fill that gap. And then I guess my unintended consequence concern is that as we fill it, then we create a mechanism by where more and more parents go, well, the district will take care of it. They've done it, and they went from 1,100 to 1,300, went from 13 to 16, and went from 16 to 32,000 or whatever. And so it's just an interesting, for me, philosophical piece. So.
I hear what you're saying. Yes.
It's interesting you should mention that, Mr. Weishire, because I got the whole opposite impression. I mean, I sat down with some of the VPK providers, and they shared with me the data and the outcomes. And I'm talking about, it's kind of like a prospective study. In other words, they look at it over the years, and the results are astonishing. The gains and that students that started with VPK programs are hard to deny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, I concur. I concur, but my point is that there's no denying the fact that the VPK program fills a very important void that exists in the early stages of a child, and it's a very important program. That's not what I'm saying, and the results show that there's great success. I guess my point is simply, you know, in an ideal world for me, you know, I'd like to see an ideal world where, you know, mom and dad are taking care of the first 4 or 5 years of raising Junior and Jill, and we're focusing on the K-12 side of it. So that's just an aside comment. But.
I just wanted to go ahead and just voice my support for the VPK program.
Yeah, no, I share that support.
And maybe we can get to that ideal world. Right now, it's really working from what the data that I've seen.
Yes.
And, you know, it would behoove of the district to go ahead and try to accommodate as many students as we can with the, you know, inclusion into this program.
I got a couple of real quick questions. I want to go back to 1K. On 1K, under high school, Dr. Akes, very last thing, D, increase the pass rate for AP from 33.7 to 35%.
Yes.
Again, I mean, I know you don't have, I'd like to see how we compare to the surrounding districts, national average, state average, et cetera. Then if you go backwards, hang on, I got another note, to 1E, on professional development, you know, we've got a charter operator in this county, they got 4 A's last year, you know, and they took school from a D to an A. What are we doing to engage them to see what they're doing for professional development? You know, if someone knows a better way to skin a cat, let's learn from them. I don't know if we're engaging with them or not.
We've had this conversation, Mr. Wheeler, and yes, we are contacting Mike and Sonia in regards to speaking to John and his group. So yes, we will get information to you.
Let's have them give us a presentation and show us.
Well, no, I think we need to have a conversation with them when we're discussing curriculum first, and then we can bring them to you.
Okay, well, their results were pretty good.
Thank you.
That's all I've got on that right now.
Mr. Booth?
Do we know what our private VPK capacity is in the county? You did?
No, I can find that information.
No, I know that.
Private
No, you
capacity?
didn't. No.
Oh, how many seats? What their capacity is in comparison to
The
ours?
second part of my question was going to be, what are their feelings on us participating and growing our participation?
We have a great partnership with all of the early learning providers in our district. It's a coalition that works very closely together. We provide professional development for all of the private providers, so they're, I think, not concerned that we're going to take their business per se. I think you're kind of alluding to that.
Just wondering.
Okay.
Let me make a very important distinction or clarification of what I said too, because as I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking somebody's going to misinterpret what I'm saying. I recognize the incredible value that VPK provides in this community, and I recognize the important role that these educators are playing in the lives of these young students. I want to make sure that's extremely clear. And my comment had nothing to do with the lack of understanding or acknowledgement of the hard work and the growth that they end up putting in these students' lives so that they are then prepared. I want to make sure that's very clear and no one missed that. Well, it's not politically correct. It's just to make sure that people understand the intent of what I was saying.
Okay. If I could move on to 1S. And now we're looking at our goal to grow our district into a STEM sturdy district. And for the elementary level, our efforts have started by increasing the number of elementary schools that are designated STEM schools. Through the generous contributions of the Educational Foundation, county commissioners, and Disney, we've been able to add schools to our STEM family. Last year, we had 1, and now we have 4, including that one. So we've added 3 more, and that was our goal for this year, as stated in 1SA.
Okay, and the next slide represents our efforts to strengthen STEM in the middle schools. Project Lead the Way is a combination. It's a digital curriculum. However, there are real-life hands-on application activities that accompany the digital curriculum. The schools in white are in their second year of implementation, and our schools in yellow are in their first year of implementation. And so a total of 942 students are being served in the middle schools throughout the district through Project Lead the Way classes right now, today.
Will you go back to that slide just for a moment? I just want to look at it. Thank you.
Okay. 1T, we're trying to reduce the achievement gap between all students and students with disabilities. I know this is a grades 1 through 8, but I think that you'll realize that between the 3 assistant superintendents within the curriculum, we have different areas that we're responsible for. And my responsibility lies with this one, is that ESC falls to my wheelhouse. So I want to talk to you a little bit about this and talk about the two graphs you're fixing to see and why I think it's so important that we continue to work on this. And we're not closing that gap, and we got to work on our resources and our professional development with this. And Linda Schroeder-King and I've already talked about this. When we're looking at this, this is grades 1 through 8. This is star rating. Our students with disabilities start off at 8%. Their counterparts are all students is at 37. We come down here at mid-year in March, it's 12 and 44. While we have a growth rate with students with disabilities, we're not closing that gap quick enough. Go to the next one for me, ma'am. And again, when we're looking at the math, it's the same thing. In other words, we start off a little bit higher, but again, we're growing the students, but we're not closing that gap quick enough. It's staying the same. We want to continue to move this. We know that this is not reaching our goal of closing that gap, but now let me tell you why it's so important we do close that. This year's 9th grade students, the students with disabilities will not be able to get a diploma with special education. They'll have to get a standard diploma. So for all these students that are represented up here, they'll have to get a standard diploma, or they will not. They'll have to get a certificate of completion. As you know, that state statute changed. We'll have to be within the ESC department. We've been working to make sure that we have the appropriate classwork and coursework in place. But all of these students with disabilities that would be graduating with a non-standard diploma, an ESC diploma, that option is no longer there. So we got to work harder in this area. Ms. King and I have already talked about it. When we get out of school this year in June, we've got a professional development plan with our ESC teachers, just talking about the differentiation strategies that we'll be putting into place for next year. When we roll into August, we have another PD plan on co-teaching. That's one of the areas we see that there's an opportunity for improvement. And when we get into the co-teaching model, we need to make sure we have the same expectations for all students. Again, holding all students to the same rigorous standard instruction. So we're not closing that gap. I'm not proud of that one, but we want to continue to move it forward, and there's a reason why, because these students have to have a standard diploma. Any questions on those two?
Just a question for clarification. I know the percentage of students that are identified as ESC in our district represents a large piece, and I think that's important to know what that percentage is if you know it for the rest of the board. I don't remember the number, but I remember in a presentation we had it being a pretty significant.
We pulled that percentage. I'm going to kind of speak off the cuff just a little bit. It's around 10 or 11%, just right off the cuff. Nationally, it runs about 14-15%. So there's a little bit of a concern there that we have students that we need to go ahead and have the right supports in place. But it's around 10 or 11% in our district, if my numbers, if I remember correctly.
Sure.
It is.
Yeah. Thank you.
And that's varying exceptionalities from students who need a little support to students who need a lot of support, to a student who may need speech in first grade. You know, it's varying exceptionalities. It's about 11% right now.
Thank you.
Got to work on that one. Okay. The next one deals with something that I know that is always near and dear to y'all's heart, that we always talk about, that I really am proud for the high schools, that the efforts we've making. And this has to do with the graduation rate. This is our business. This is my wheelhouse. This is our wheelhouse. At the end of the day, our business is graduating students from high school with a diploma. And as you know, we've spent a lot of effort. We've already talked about the thermometer data. When we're looking at this, there was two pieces, and the piece that's coming around, coming at a request, which was very valid to make sure I explain what the graduation formula is and how it's changed as we're looking at it. So you've gotten a piece of information that talks about how you figure the graduation rate. So if I'm looking up here at the chart, last year our graduation rate was 78% across the district. Most of our comprehensive high schools counted a rate above 80%, but the average was 78. Right now, the March projection is 85%. I'm really proud of that. I'm going to have Mr. Meadows talk about how we actually calculate that. But I contact each high school and I ask them, give me the percentage of your kids that are on track, the kids that are on the bubble, and give me your projected graduation rate. We do this actually at each reflective visit, making sure that we never lose sight of that. Our goal is 80%, but right now our projected graduation rate is mid-80s, and I'm very, very proud of that. I know we're going to top 80%, but man, I really want to get it up there in the mid-80s because I would like to shoot for 90% next year. So the question is, how is it calculated and how has it differed over the years? As you know, right now we use the federal four-year graduation rate. And as we go forward, the high school grades will only be looking at that graduation rate. Last year, comprehensive high schools had a 5-year graduation rate and an at-risk graduation rate that figured into it. I still think that those metrics are important, but that's not the way the state's going to look at it. But we'll continue to graduate students even if it's a 5th-year senior, and we'll continue to work with those at-risk cohorts to make sure that they don't fall behind. But this year, a student that's going to count for graduation is a student that entered 9th grade 4 years ago. So the on-track graduation, to count for graduation for the state of Florida, they've got to graduate within 4 years. A student that moves off, enters into another school system, doesn't count against us, but a student who does move in, that entered 9th grade 4 years ago, is supposed to graduate this year. So when looking at that, the things that will count for graduation, and it's actually in here, the things that will count, what you'll realize real quick, the only thing that's going to count is a standard diploma. And that was one of the pieces, that's why the legislation changed to go away from the students with disabilities, the special diploma not counting. The federal graduation is not going to look at it anymore. So a student who gets a special diploma this year will not count to graduate. A student who gets a certificate of completion won't count as a graduate. A student who gets a GED will not count as a graduate for us. Only the standard diploma. Students who graduate early will count. It'll help next year for the high schools also. Right now we're slated to have 60 juniors that will actually graduate early before their cohort. I'm very proud of meeting those students' needs with early graduation, and that actually helps the system and the schools when we're looking at it. So if this is our business and what we're about, I'm very proud of the progress we've made on it. And if you have any questions about how it's figured, I had Janellis actually clip this off for you. There is about a 50-page tap paper that you can really dig into, but it's 4-year graduation is all that counts now.
I got one question.
Clarence had a question.
Okay.
Just a quick question on your 78% right there. Do you know what that number would be if we took out the people that, under the new rules, would have gotten the special diplomas and the certificate?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what it does to that?
I don't have it right off the top, but we look at that. In other words, when I talk to Mr. Meadows and we talk to each high school, they know the students that will be graduating with a special diploma. We also knew the ones that graduated last year. And again, I think we're doing a really good job for all our students. I think that I don't completely agree with that piece of legislation. I think that we were meeting and doing the best we can with our students, but that's changed and we've got another landscape has changed. So some students are kind of caught in limbo there. Yes, sir, we know that in my number. I don't have it off the top of my head though.
Mr. Wheeler?
I've got a brief question. Is this the calculation the state is using?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so every school district is using this metric.
Absolutely.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
How many, and you may not have the number off the top of your head, how many students do come into our district already having started high school that are finishing with us that will ultimately, and look, there are kids. The minute they come in, there are kids, and we're accountable for it. But I just would be curious to know what the real percentage is of the students that came in after the beginning of their freshman year are going to count, whether that's anywhere from sophomore to senior year.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head, I could pull that
Yeah,
for you,
circle
Tim.
back with
And as we go forward, when we get into actually setting our goal, and I think that's one of the things that Mr. Wheeler's been talking about, is how do we set our goal and make sure it's realistic and that we're stretching there? I think that does have an impact, but I got to tell you, when you're looking at that 78 and going for 80 and right now at 85, that means somebody's getting on top of that student. With the time he walks in there, we get him graduated or accelerated, making sure he or she's on track. So I'm proud of the work the high schools are doing, counselors, career specialists, and staff getting them on track with it.
I agree. I just think it's an interesting piece.
And I can pull that, when we do a workshop on it, if we want to pull it, I can work with REA and IT and pull it for us.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Okay, so if no more questions on this one, what I'd like to do is then take it down a step or drill down and say, okay, how did one high school react with their graduation rate and what did they do about it? And so I've asked Mr. Meadows over at Gateway, they're really good with data and the structures they put into place, so I'm proud of the work they've done on this one. And I'd like to get him to share his information on his slide with Gateway. So Larry, go ahead.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk about Gateway, but a lot of this is also mirrored in my peers in the other high schools. In fact, some of our strategies are ideas that came from other places, and I'll note that just to honor those places. But one of the things that we're talking about is the requirements. Years and years ago, when I graduated, when most of you all graduated, it was simply a credit accrual and a GPA that you had to worry about. What we've been operating under over the last few years is that GPA requirement, but also they had to pass the FCAT 2.0 reading. And so that's where we were last year. This year, we also now have two more things that have been added in for graduates to be successful, and that is they have to pass the Algebra 1 EOC exam, and then they also have to complete an online course. I will tell you, one of the first conversations that the high school principals had this year with Ms. Luciano was that she was very concerned about that online course, because it's an issue that some students don't have a problem with, other students have struggles just to get that accomplished. So what we did at Gateway, it's just an example, graduation rate of 76%, I won't share with you my first reaction to that, but the 76% got our attention, and so therefore what we are projecting for this year is an 82%. That simple mechanics of the numbers is that we have been tracking all year long. We have a database, an Excel file actually, and we meet every month, sometimes every week since the second semester, and we go through the list. Where are our students in these four categories? The nice thing about some of these categories is as we move them, they can't shift back. Students can always shift back in that GPA 2.0. They can suddenly have a bad 9 weeks and suddenly that's impacting their GPA. But the reality is that once we can get them identified as passing with a retake test of the FCAT 2.0 reading or the Algebra 1, if we can get that acknowledged, or with there's a concordant test that they can take, the PERT test, those things that we can do, once we get them checked off, we know that they're good to go. And so what we have done all year long is then strategized how can we implement some things that will support our students through this process. Basically, it's a two-tiered approach. One of the things is that we looked at is where can we find more time to work with students? How can we identify those students? How can we then structure that? And then, with our seniors in particular for this year, where can we push them into that process? And so what you have in this slide is the fact that it mirrors our idea that after-school tutoring for FCAT is something that we have implemented. And then on top of that, we have a reading retake pull-out program with our seniors, those seniors that are in trouble. Same kind of things that we did with algebra. We had after-school tutoring. We developed some programs for opportunities for the seniors, and then we had a pull-out program, actually a training program. OHS came up with a great idea of an online training program that we borrowed from them, and then we started pulling our seniors out of their normal scheduled classes so that they could then implement that development process and then give them the PERT. I will tell you that we've had significant success. The online course, one of the things that we looked at early on was that half of our students seniors had not had an online course. And so one of the things we did is we found some time with some help from the district, hired a staff person to run an online course lab where students come in and through logging on to Osceola Virtual, they get engaged in online courses. One of the things that we've done is we've had good success with that. GPA credits, one of the things that we picked up from St. Cloud was their PAWS program. Great support program. It really is. And so we instituted an advisor-advisee program, and in that process, there's graduation checks going on constantly as the teachers that are working with the students, that added to what the counselors were always doing with their grad checks. Just some quick numbers as to the process. One of the things that we have done with the Algebra 1 using the PERT as a replacement, we went from at early January, we still had 13% of our kids who had not met it. We're down to 4%. That's an amazing shift. That really is. Online course, first semester we got half our kids in, second semester we have the other half in that had not completed. We expect full completion on that. The credit accrual, we're down to, working with the seniors, we're down to 11% of our kids, our seniors, still struggling in some category of the GPA with a 2.0. The challenging one is the reading. I'll be honest with you. The reading one is tough simply because there's really no replacement test that is a little more palatable to our students. They can take the SAT, they can take the SAT, but the success rate on those is not that much greater than FCAT 2.0 retakes, except for the fact that sometimes the students see a new test, they've had the retakes, and they get kind of burnt out on the FCAT 2.0. So we still are pushing SAT prep and ACT prep. It's not something that we're giving up on, but that's the one that's moved the slowest. But we've gotten that down to 19%, and that was 19% going into this week was the reading exam. We expect to get probably another 6% off of that. So that takes us down to about 12 to 13%. I think that's a very nice reduction from where we had last year. One of the things that is a challenge, because we keep a list of this running all the time with the student's name and then checking across for each of these 4 categories, is that we may have one student missing one thing, another one missing 2 things, another one missing 3, but it's not as uniform as you might expect, and so therefore we have to keep track of all 4 because they're actually separate balls that keep in the air.
Larry, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back to the tutoring for a second. Because you got IB kids at your school.
Yes, sir.
So do you have IB kids or honor kids or AP? Do you have any of your kids doing the tutoring?
We do have some tutoring by students because the IB kids in particular, some of their service things that they have some math tutorings that they do. That's just normal things that they normally typically do. Not relying on that, one of the things that we're doing is that we're doing after school tutoring, we're doing pull-out programs for tutoring, we're doing Saturday sessions with our students. Those are with paid staff people.
And you notice the success with that also?
Well, like I said, the success in the different categories, particularly with the math, we're having significant success. But that's in part also that Osceola online program that was developed, fantastic program.
Thanks. That's great.
Mr. Meadows, thank you so much.
Yes,
I appreciate you being willing to be put on the spot about it and sharing your strategies. Any more questions about graduation rate, what we've done as a district, down to the granular level at a school, or what we got going on?
I guess, again, going back to the points I made earlier, I mean, just on a comparative basis, we're doing state, national, and surrounding districts. I mean, I know you don't have that right now, but that's something.
I think Polk is about 60% graduation rate. We're outrunning the competition for us around with the graduation rate when we're looking at it. So I'm very proud of what we got going on with that.
Seminole,
yeah.
Brevard.
Seminole's not the same demographic, so I don't know that you'd compare that. So, any other questions?
No, thank you, Larry. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Any more? We talked about the quarterly assessments already, and I could go over it for about another hour and a half if y'all like to. I'll be glad to talk about the metrics.
Let's start.
Yeah, let's do it.
I appreciate y'all's time with it. If there's any questions on the quarterlies, please let me know. As you know, we'll continue to evolve that process as the system continues to evolve, and we're excited about what we got going on with that.
Board, any other questions? Thank you, guys. We appreciate your time in the presentation and taking the time to make sure you back up all this information to make sure the board's aware of where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank the staff because a lot of time and effort went into this, and I want to thank the school board members for working with us as well. But just as a reminder, you do have a little bit of homework, so that on April 21st, when we get back, just as a reminder, we're going to be reviewing goals 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then we're going to start collaborating and discussing the goals for the following year. So the 21st, we do have a workshop, and I just wanted to remind everyone of that. Thank you.
The 21st of April.
That is correct.
There's a workshop that day, 3:30?
Yes, sir.
There's some at 2:30.
Yeah, there's some, for John, 2:30.
A couple of quick things on that too, Board and Melba, is, Board, as we go through this process, part of what I'm sure you will and I hope you will do is identify key areas and goals that you think we need to be working on as well, provide that information to the superintendent. I talked a lot about this to the previous board as well, that this is our strategic plan. We rely upon the education experts that work in the district to help lead and guide this process for it, but ultimately it comes down to us and our adoption and ratification of it. So if you have something that you're wanting to see in here, don't wait. And this maybe goes to your point earlier, Mr. Thacker. Don't wait until the staff has done all the work and developed it and then sit there and start tearing pieces of it apart, but instead be part of the contribution to it and making sure you're letting the superintendent know where you think that there's gaps or improvements or goals or strategies that need to be looked at as well. And then the other part too is superintendent and I spoke briefly, and it kind of fits in with the context of what we just talked about, is also having a board workshop on May 5th to also deal with strategic planning as we begin to wrap that process up. So I would ask if there's no conflict with your schedule as well, that we look at scheduling a workshop for May 5th prior to our board meeting so we can do that also. Good?
Yep.
Good?
Thank you.
I'm just waiting. You're good? Okay, good. All right, so let's go ahead and get that planned as well, Melvin, and we'll
Sure,
go from there.
thank you.
Good.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next item then are the elementary assessments.
I'll take care of that one. I'll be brief. Basically, I wanted to say, we had this conversation with principals, teachers, resource teachers, et cetera, in regards to the reduction of the elementary assessments, and I spoke to each and every one of you. We did send out the message to the teachers and administrators, and now staff, Lisette and her staff, are also including some other, because there's always questions when you have something such as this, you're reducing this, why you're reducing, is there still a test? Bottom line is that there will always be a final test. It will, in most cases, it will be a teacher-created test or a test that they may have taken from their textbook. So those are the kind of things that we're just adding to some additional details that we're adding so that our teachers are very, very clear about this. But I think it was just really good to be able to reduce that many assessments for our elementary teachers, and that's all I wanted to say.
Good. Board, any comments or questions? Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, I think Mr. Thacker, you had specifically requested some information on this as well as the teacher recruitment strategies. Greg, yeah, Tammy.
Good evening, board. Yes, we're saving the best for last. I feel like take my kids to work day tonight. You know, I apologized to them during the recess and said I really didn't think it would be this long, but I owe them a very good lunch coming up. So thank you so much for your attention, and we're excited to bring information to you tonight. Most of you that have talked to me over the years, you know I have a little catchphrase that I use, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, sometimes with recruitment, that's what we're looking at, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So tonight we've put together a quick PowerPoint presentation, I'm thinking no more than 5 minutes, to talk about where we're at, where we've been, and where we want to go. So the first slide, we're talking about the increased competition for fewer candidates. This is something that is scaring us to some degree. We still have the same hiring needs that we've had over the years. We're looking back at 10 years with our heyday back in 2004, bringing people on board. We brought 372 teachers on board for the first day of school back in 2004. This year, we brought on 304 teachers. The scary part of this is the decreasing number of candidates that are available. In the spring of 2005, the events that we attended in Pennsylvania and Michigan, we had 310 contacts. This year, this spring, the same events, 148 contacts, which that's very alarming to us.
Can I ask a
Sure.
question? You've been attending the same events in these two states for 10 years? Or are they specific, really
okay.
special events?
Well, there are, and we're going to get to that in the end where we
Okay.
go over our recruitment schedule. But they are huge events that we have attended that have been able to give us teachers that are very good teachers, and we have had very high success rates there. But those are two events that we've just came to within this last spring. But just to let you know that we did go off of, I call it the recruitment trail for a while, when, of course, the economy boomed, money went out the window. We've been very fortunate this year. Title money has come into play because we are getting to where we have to go back out on the road again to find people to go out of state. So Title has helped us this year with recruitment money, but of course, it's something that we're facing, and we are looking to work with Title to get more money to do additional recruiting initiatives there. So continuing with our increased competition, our dear friends at UCF has provided us with a stat that there were over 16,000 openings in the state of Florida, and our Florida universities had only prepared 5,700 teachers, which that tells us that we're not going to be able to find who we need here in the state of Florida. So we definitely need to go outside of Florida and think of other ways that we can get people and attract them to our county. Recently, for Eastern Michigan, while we were planning for our upcoming recruitment trip, we got a call from the recruiter that handles the event. And she stopped us and said, "Oh my goodness, we have got an alarming number that we want to share with you. We see you're sending 3 recruiters. We thank you for wanting to attend, but our numbers look like they're going to be half. Typically, we have 1,200 kids attending this, looking for jobs. This year, we're going to have about 600 kids." And also, other universities that we're talking to, they are confirming that there are fewer education majors. So, with all of that gloom and doom, we're thinking, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? So, the great news is I have my team members here with me. Sonia Butler here that's running the PowerPoint presentation for me. She's our coordinator that's in charge of certification, No Child Left Behind, and recruitment. And we have Greg White here, and he has been our recruiter for 14 years. He is very well respected out among the state recruiters. When I go to conferences with him, they always gravitate towards Greg. Hey, what's going on? What's new? What's happening? What's your game plan for Osceola County? He's also known throughout the state, and he works a lot with all different universities outside of the state of Florida and within the state of Florida. So since he is my front man out there doing the song and dance, I'm going to let him talk about the great things and the great plans that we have to get attention to candidates to Osceola County.
Song and dance.
Song and dance. Thank you, Tammy. Like Tammy said, there is a lot of doom and gloom, and that was one of the first things that when we were out and looking at things earlier in the year that I came back and tried to really get a focus on that. That we really needed to be doing things that were outside of the box, that we're doing things that we haven't done before, and that we're making concentrated efforts in some different areas. And thankfully, we've been operating in an environment and in a culture recently where that's been encouraged, and that's been a real benefit for us moving forward. So one of the first things that we've done that the board had heard about before was we're launching our partnership with Teacher Match. That's going to change our application system. It's going to increase the visibility of our openings. It's also going to give our hiring administrators a tool early on to help predict student success, the student success that a teacher could deliver. We think that's going to be invaluable as they try to figure out who's going to be the best fit for their school and for their kids. Additionally, one of the things that we're doing is that we are adapting the traditional job fair model to something that is much more flexible, and that we're going to be creating an early hiring pool as a result of that. One of the things that happens a lot of times, I think is dangerous, and especially with the candidates that we're talking to, people who are graduated from college, what their expectations are in terms of the service that we're going to provide to them. If we say to them, you know what, in Osceola County we've got one day and you need to come to Osceola County on Saturday, May 5th, and that's going to be the only day that we're going to be talking with you about the opportunities to teach with us next year, that doesn't work for a variety of reasons. They're much more accustomed to things being flexible, to things working around their schedule. So that model, in our estimation, is not the best way to proceed. So we are creating, right now we're taking requests for interviews for an early hiring pool. We've been doing that for a little bit over a week now via Teacher Match. We've got 80 folks, a little bit over 80 folks so far who have responded to that. One of the other things that we know that we need to be doing and working on is really changing our presence online. And to that end, one of the things that we would like to do is that we're working on creating a mobile-friendly career site that really is catering specifically to instructional applicants. Once again, a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week venue that's going to be providing information and resources to candidates and to collect candidate data. Other ways that we're going to continue to do that, we are increasing and continue to strengthen our relationships with university partners, whether that be local within the state of Florida or outside of the state of Florida. We also continue to offer a monthly workshop to the public called How to Become a Teacher, where we kind of walk people through that process. Typically that's targeting people who are going to be making a career change and might be starting off with us on a temporary teaching certificate, but to try to provide them with a pathway and an understanding of what it is that they're looking at down the road. And then finally, what we've really done this year is we've worked hard to target our recruitment efforts to focus on universities with strong teacher preparation programs and also higher minority population and minority graduation rates. We went through and by looking at some research that was done by the National Council on Teacher Quality, they went out and kind of across the country said, here are great colleges of education that are doing a fantastic job, a better job than other places of preparing new teachers. So we specifically targeted recruitment activities and outreach to those particular universities and schools. And so, hopefully that will be something that will pay off for us.
Greg,
And-
let me just, before you move on, let me just ask a quick question.
Sure.
Why are you targeting schools with higher minority populations?
Well, basically, we want to be a reflection of our students. So we have a high minority population of students, and we look to have a reflection. So if I'm African American, and I'm an African American student here within our school district, I have someone that I can look up to that's an African American person. The majority of our people are white employees, which that's not a reflection of our kids. Not that I'm trying to talk myself out of a job, but bottom line, I feel it's important. I know, I grew up all around the county too, so I just truly believe that our kids need someone that can understand them, that can understand their culture. Not that we can't, but a role model for them to look up to.
What is our mix currently of whites, Hispanics, Africans?
Well, our student population, we have over.
About is the teacher.
Oh, the teacher. I don't have that number right off my head, but I sure can provide it to you. It's easy as running a report, but I can tell you it's very high. We turn in our report to the State Department all the time, where that's something that they look at and they want to see us doing better on. So, so I can tell you that we do have a higher population of white employees.
Is there any chance of getting just from subject matter experts? I know we had this conversation for. How can we get differentiated pay for like math and science teachers that are high demand? They're high demand but low low supply. I mean, in every other industry, field, basic economics that work, I mean, how do we do that?
Well, bottom line, I think we would have to talk to our chief negotiator, and that would have to be something that would be negotiated. But what's crazy this year, and it's something that Dr. Akes and my recruitment team and I have hit our heads against the wall, because we always think math and science, but we've had English language arts has been a huge need this year, where we're thinking, why do we need?
But is that, so when we've got high demand and low supply here in Osceola, do you find that we are right in the same trend with other, so it's not an anomaly?
No.
If we're experiencing it here, they're experiencing Orange, Brevard, Alabama, Mississippi, New York, Kentucky, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I attend the FASPO, which is the Florida Association of School Personnel Administrators. Greg and Sonia also attend that with me. I attend FEN, which is the Negotiators Conference with John, and we talk to our colleagues around the state, and they're all echoing the same pains that we have here in Osceola County.
So, to do something unorthodox, I mean, this past winter was horrible up north. It was cold here, but did we ever consider, a full page or half page ad in the Buffalo or Elmira, New York newspapers, in January, Sunday paper or anything like that?
Well, I know we're sending Greg to places where he's actually been snowed out of one place in Memphis, but we're going up to those areas, and that's something where we're like, hey, we're in the sunshine here. Do you want to come? And wherever I'm at, even out in the tourist district, I'm always carrying my business card. I mean, we have 7,000 recruiters that work for us right now that all have family up north and all over the world.
We should have an ad right after New Year's, in Buffalo, tired of Siberia?
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. And that's something that I think that's going to happen for us with our new partnership with Teacher Match and sending out information on our vacancies all over the United States of America, and also with creating our web presence and doing some different things that we're talking to a company and helping us with, that we should hopefully be able to do that.
Who's our biggest competition when it comes to recruiting people, whether it be states or other counties in this state? Who are we always going up against?
I'd say locally, Orange County, Brevard, Polk, Hillsborough, Pinellas. The reality is, we're everybody, not just in this region, not just in this state, but nationally, is in fierce competition for a dwindling pool of candidates. I've been doing this for a while, and it has never been as competitive as it is now.
What about people getting out of the military? I mean, we contact the Navy, Air Force, Army, Coast Guard.
We do, yeah. We work with troops to teachers, and they on a regular basis blast out via email to folks who have from the military who are working with them to transition, letting them know about our vacancies, and I talk with those kinds of candidates often.
If I could just circle back to my question, you answer with regard to counties. What about other states, Texas, Arizona, California, Hawaii? Who else is selling sunshine that people are choosing to go there instead of coming here?
And it's not just sunshine.
I know.
Yeah. In terms of other states where you're seeing things, you're seeing a big presence from Georgia, from both of the Carolinas, from Virginia, from Maryland. So all of a sudden, where there are states where there's surpluses of teachers, i.e. Pennsylvania, i.e. Michigan, New York, places that we routinely go and talk with people, there are suddenly a lot closer opportunities for you to get a job. And instead of being 18 hours from home, all of a sudden you're 4 hours from home. And for a lot of people, that's a big thing. And for a lot of them, the move can be intimidating. It can also be cost prohibitive. That's another one of the big things coming out of the Great Recession. Somebody who's graduated from college, their ability to move has dwindled. And there are a bunch of reasons for that, but the end result of that, does that impact us and our ability to get people here? It most certainly does.
I would also add, I wrote an article about this, that it also impacts your ability to keep people here, because college debt is keeping them from being able to buy a home, which is what's keeping them from being connected to a community, which is creating an opportunity for them to exit and go back to wherever home is for them originally as well.
Right.
And that's something that we've talked about, because before you could go to mom and say, Mom, can you give me a couple $1,000s to help me move to Florida? Mom doesn't have that kind of money to help out anymore. So it's really a catch-22, and you know, kids get homesick, they want to go back home. You know, it is what it is, but we're trying to work hard, and we've worked hard with the foundation in the past when we were hiring a ton of people to develop little cohorts of people to get together, to develop relationships with each other. I'm sure we're going to start picking that up again, because we are starting to have to hire.
Can we talk to Disney and see if maybe they'll offer a free pass for new hires? I mean, the worst that
That
they'll
would
say,
be great.
the worst that'll happen is they'll say no.
Right. Well, or even a discount, but I do know the foundation does a lot of great things to work
Right.
with
No, I know.
businesses to help people. So the last item that we put forward for you is our recruitment schedule, so you can see, and that's some of the recruitment schedule, and then the next page you'll see it. And I will email this presentation to everyone, so you'll have it. But Greg, did you want to explain the designations there on the bottom?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we try to come up with justifications or reasons why we were going where we were going. So you can see there's some places where historically we've had success. A lot of schools in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and New York. So we know that we've been able to go there, and we've gotten a good bang for our buck when we go up there. There are also some places where they were teacher prep programs that in doing some research, we said, hey, this is some place that we may not have been before, but let's go and check it out, because if they're creating great teachers, that's the level that we're looking for in terms of the type of employee that we want working with our students. Also, there are going to be some universities that have a higher minority graduation rate, once again, to kind of reflect our community and our student population. That's important to us. And then finally, there's some that are sort of obvious, that are geographic matches that you're going to go to because they're down the street from you.
Right.
And also, the Great Florida Teach-In, which the Department of Ed hosts, they're actually hosting it earlier this year. And the great news for us is they're moving it from Tampa to Orange County. So the expense for us to get down there, the opportunity to take more people, and it's actually the Monday following the last day that students report. So it's very early. Normally it's at the end of June.
You mentioned that whenever you go to Disney, you bring your business cards with. What about taking out an ad in one of those little tourist books that everybody gets, just saying, looking for a teacher job while you're here?
Yeah, absolutely. We can look into that.
Those are all great ideas and the things we can look into, and they also involve
Money.
resources.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's one thing that we really haven't had a lot of.
I get that.
But bottom line, the need is there, and I know it's a priority of our superintendent, and money is being found to do things, which we're very excited. But the thing that we're looking at is the things that we are moving forward to. What kind of bang can we get for our buck? Like with Teacher Match, we're going to be able to drill down when we put the student data back into the Teacher Match to look at it at the end of the year to see teachers that have experienced growth. We'll be able to drill down to the universities that they have attended, because there may be people that are coming here that we haven't recruited, like went out to like Utah maybe to a college, and all of a sudden we're seeing some data that's saying, hey, you're getting some really great teachers from XYZ University. Okay, well, we need to reach out to the recruiter there at that school that helps the placement person, to help the students to get jobs and go out there and spend some money there. So.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If I may, real briefly, I won't make many. But this one, just earlier this evening, we had the OCEA present to us that we have a problem with attrition rates. And well, my question is that do you have any idea on the number of teachers that do not stay after their first year, whether the majority of those are brand new teachers out of college, or are they industry? Is there some kind of pattern or something that can be addressed in order to improve our retention rate, not just, and does ease up a little bit of the recruitment?
Right. Well, and one thing is that information that was given out tonight, I'm not sure exactly where that information came from. I'm not sure of the source of that information, so I don't really know how
Okay, so
accurate
basically
it
this
truly
still-
is.
So basically, you would even say, you couldn't comment right now whether we have an attrition problem.
I can say that there are teachers, it is very hard your first year of teaching. There are people that have to leave teaching because they may not have passed their certification test. There are so many requirements, and that's the problem. People do not realize the requirements of a first year teacher. It is a lot of pressure. And they've got ESOL requirements. They may have a general knowledge exam. They may have subject area exams if they are ESE teachers. And I know, I'm sure you guys have been out to the schools to walk a day in the shoes of an ESE teacher and then have to go home and have to study for test and then put out the money for the test. And if you don't pass it, then you have to pay the money again. There's so many things that are involved in the first year teacher's life that I can see that how that stat can be true and accurate just because of the stress level. But I do know our district tries to work very hard. And I toot my certification department's horn very loudly where we do hand hold. I mean, we hold the hands of all of our teachers that are on annual contracts and their certification information. We send out memos, reminders, meeting with principals. So we do everything that's humanly possible to help them with their credentialing to keep them here. I know we even work very closely with the foundation, and they have helped with paying fees for ESE teachers or different teachers to take tests.
Well, based on what I'm hearing from you, we should expect that just about any school district is facing these challenges.
Absolutely, and that's what we hear when we go to our
It's
conferences.
systematic. Thank you very much.
Bear with me, guys, I have a couple more questions. Do we conduct exit surveys for people as they're leaving our school district as a pattern?
We have an exit survey that's online, and we ask the employees to go and take that exit survey. And just to let you know, since January, myself, because I am personally interested in exactly why every single teacher is leaving, I have my clerk scan the resignation letter, and I read every single letter that is wrote to the district. Sometimes they'll say what's going on, other times they won't. I'll go back and check their exit interview data to see if maybe they are taking a job in another county, but they just didn't indicate it. And I'm keeping I call it my makeshift database to look at that information. So at the end of the year, I will have an idea myself personally, so I know exactly what's going on in our county. And of course, I would want to report that to Superintendent Luciano so she knows too.
That is incredibly important information for any organization or any company. So I don't know if there's a way for us to beef up what we're doing there to perfect it more, but that is incredibly valuable data that we need. And when we're handed, things like this, that helps define and build framework around these type of things so that we know that, what the reality of it is. Moving back home in the first year, which, if you use this number, moving back home in the first year because it was difficult or because something happened, that's really important, and that completely changes the view or the lens that we look at when we look at some of this data that was given to us tonight.
A lot of times it's health issues. Their husband may have got a job in Tampa or somewhere. A lot of things that I read is the driving, because they live in Orlando and they're driving down here and the commute is too long. So, there's all different excuses from one end of the spectrum to the other, but I don't see one specific thing like, oh my gosh, I just can't take this anymore, I have to leave.
Define, we say historical success is one of the reasons why we go back to some of these recruiting locations. Just briefly, I guess, what does historical success mean? The number of applicants that actually took jobs with us, or the quality of applicants and the longevity of applicants that have stayed with us?
Pieces of all of that, I would say. One, when we're looking at historical success, is it a market where historically there's been a surplus of teachers? So that if I'm graduating from a college in Pennsylvania, for instance, when I graduate, I don't have the expectation that I'm probably going to get a full-time job as a teacher. So there are more people walking around up there who have been teacher trained and who have graduated who aren't going to get a classroom. Their reality is they're going to substitute for a year, for multiple years, until they're going to get their own classroom. So are we able to tap into that? Yes, and that's part of what we're doing. Two, in terms of the quality of teacher that we're getting, I think that we've got great programs in the state of Florida, but there are also great programs that are outside of the state of Florida. And if you talk with hiring administrators and people who are making those decisions and saying, you know what, I've gotten a student from this university or this school, this college, that's who I'm going to gravitate towards. So yeah, I think that there is some measure of, yep, this is where we're getting stronger candidates. I mean, it makes no sense to me to go someplace where we don't think the candidates that we're going to get are going to be amongst the best. I don't know if that answers the question.
No, I mean, it does to an extent. You know, I think it goes without saying, though, that we know that great companies make great hires. And I know that we don't want to be confused as a company, so we say great organizations make great hires. And I respect and understand the amount of time and effort that you guys put into this process. And I can also respect and appreciate any level of frustration that may exist that there is an attrition rate because you work so hard to recruit people, to let them know about the value of living here, of being a part of this district and being a part of our community, only then to see others later on down the road for whatever reason leave. So I appreciate your work, and I appreciate the challenge and the ongoing challenge. Maybe it's good job security, right? but the ongoing challenge that you face to try to make sure that you're always backfilling those holes as they're created. So I think, Mr. Thacker, this was a great subject to bring up. It was good for me to work through this. There's a lot that I want to talk about. Maybe we'll just talk offline one day and kind of review, because I'm very intrigued by this. I happen to work with a number of organizations that do hiring and recruiting in my other world, and so you know, there just may be some practices or strategies that I've seen that maybe can lend to this as well.
And I think that goes back, I mean, those best practice ideas that you're talking about don't have to necessarily come from our business in education. Right. And I think there are probably a lot of things that traditionally, as an education organization, we didn't even think about doing things the way they're done in another sector that would be very valuable.
Yeah. I would look forward to the time together.
Good, thank you.
I just want to thank y'all for bearing with us to the very bitter end. But it was really good. The presentation was really good, and it's very, very important, I think, that we do know that we could be facing a shortage and a hiring problem. So, especially in light of the very first thing we started with, which was difficulty in retention.
Well, and it's
As
hard, and
regards,
especially when you see the news. I mean, that's what you see. You know, we want this, we want that, and really to try to get kids to want to be teachers after everything they see their teachers go through in the classroom, with the principal in there evaluating them, all the assessments that they have to go through, all the extra hours, them there on Saturdays.
Teachers are talking the kids out of it.
Well, thank you. And so why in the world, if I spent 13 years, because I'm K-12, unless I went through that VPK program, so why would I want to immerse myself into that as a career? It's a hard sell for us, and it's scaring me because we need to do that. But the good news, we are, with the partnerships, working with Valencia and UCF, and that's something that's in our strategic goals, to develop our own kids and guarantee them a job in our district when they finish college.
Right. How do you do like those soccer teams? Sign them up at 14.
Yeah, that's what I'm serious, and that's something we are looking with the DOE to put teacher programs into a middle school to get them excited to want to be a teacher. So start talking about that in middle school.
But I can't help but understand quite too well exactly what you're talking about. You know, I think that, you know, I think as a country, I think we've come at a crossroad as to what education and the education system means to us. And sadly, what we have seen is a serious erosion of the public education system. It comes from many different areas, you know, it's hard to argue with people who say, you know, choose another path. But there's gonna be there's folks that believe in public education. Like everybody that's here tonight, there's a lot more. And so I like the fact that you're getting creative with your recruiting. I would definitely look into industry instead of just getting them right out of college. There's a lot of folks who are looking for a second career opportunity. And then want to contribute in that way. Folks that will say, you know what, that salary is just fine with me. I mean, I'm looking into something different. I want to gain something different in my life, a different type of growth. Summer's off, there you go. They're out there. And they make good teachers. And yeah, they're not fresh and young out of college, but they'll bring in something else, which is what, alluding to what Mr. Weishauer was saying, is that, you know, they bring in values, you know, they bring in that kind of example for parents and for students.
It needs to be aspirational, and the conversation, it's maybe a side conversation, you know, the conversation as a whole in education, and to me, I just use education. It's not public, private, charter, whatever we're talking about, virtual, otherwise, it's just education. People, including our educators, we need to make sure that we're continuing to talk about the fact that nobody, and I can go around this room, people that have been involved in this district in different capacities and different roles and in the classroom and otherwise, nobody got into it for money. And everybody, I believe, got into it because they believed in the value of education. They believed in the power that it creates in an individual child's life to be able to move them from where they are, where they thought their limitations were, to where they can actually be. And I think tonight we celebrated just two great examples of how when a community came around, these two individuals, that even later in their lives they said, you know what, these teachers poured into me and made a difference in me, and now look at what happens for my trajectory as a human being. We need to, and that's part of the challenge, I think, with the conversation and the letters that I'll be reading on my upcoming vacation. That's part of the conversation that needs to take place around it. It can't be education is bad and education is not enough money and education is this. It has to be education is about students, it's about families, it's about community, it's about propelling people. And every one of our 73 or whatever the number is, 100 employees, I choose to believe got involved in this profession because they believed in what it could do for a child, for a family, and for a community. And if we can get the conversation surrounded back around that again, then we begin to really make a difference. And then we start seeing these colleges of education begin to increase their enrollment, the shortages of opportunities for teachers begin to decrease, and the quality of educators that we're getting, because again, they're getting behind the belief and the passion of why it is that they're getting involved in the first place. That is a big picture component that all of us have to play a part in on all sides of the aisle and all sides of the equation. And if we continue to create this lens that you don't want to be in education, I've done it 28 years and I don't like it anymore and I couldn't talk you into it myself type of thing, we're doing an incredible disservice, one, to yourself because you've poured 20 some odd years or 10 years or whatever into this profession, and two, because we're telling a student that the power of a teacher isn't as powerful as we know that it really is. And I think that in and of itself is a disservice. So those are my comments. Board, anything else?
I'm all for VPK.
Amen.
I am
too. Second. Well, Mr. Cease has an hour presentation on the business advisory.
Motion to adjourn.
So, Todd, you're good. Board, you're good. Melba, anything additional? Let's just real quick.
Must say one thing. Education in the Park next Saturday.
Yes. Got it. Yeah. Thank you. Board. Yeah, Mr. Booth really wants you to talk about case law at this point, so we're good.
Oh, you gotta do something?
No, we're good. We'll stand adjourned. Thank you, guys.
I like your It's Dr. Hanks like that.